I do.
You have a seat over here at the witness stand. Adjust that microphone if you need to. You proceed.
Thank you. Tell us your name.
My name is Nick Hill.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a lieutenant with the Texas Department of Public Safety assigned to the Homeland Security Division.
And what do you do with the Homeland Security Division of the Texas Department of Public Safety?
I primarily conduct investigative analysis for capital felony prosecutions, as well as investigations that have a large amount of information affiliated with them.
So is that the analyst part of what you're talking about?
Yes.
And tell us what your career in law enforcement has been.
I've been a police officer for approximately 20 years. I started with the Flower Mountain Police Department. I was with them for approximately 6 years. Then came to work for the Texas Department of Public Safety, and I've been with the Texas Department of Public Safety for approximately 15 years.
And what has been your progression through the Department of Public Safety?
I started out as a highway patrol trooper assigned to the Texas Highway Patrol Division. I was a trooper for approximately 3 years and a highway patrol corporal for 4 years. Then promoted to Texas Ranger in the Texas Rangers Division and was a Texas Ranger for approximately 6 years. I promoted to lieutenant in the Homeland Security Division, my current position, and I've been in that position for approximately 2 years.
Could you review with us your experience or training as far as data analysis?
Yes. I have an undergraduate degree in accounting from Texas A&M University, and I have a Master of Science degree in accounting and information management systems from Texas A&M University. I spent approximately 8 years in a career prior to law enforcement. I worked primarily as a financial accountant, a financial auditor, as well as an information systems designer and implementer, which meant I designed database systems for large amounts of information and developed systems for analyzing that large amount of information.
And where were you stationed May 24, 2022?
Lampasas.
How far is that from Uvalde?
It's approximately 4 hours.
And did you go to Uvalde that day or the next?
That day.
How is it that you got called to Uvalde?
I was notified of an active shooter event in the early afternoon on that Tuesday, May 24th. I responded to Robb Elementary as a Texas Ranger assigned to the Company F crime scene team.
And when you say active shooter event, what is active shooter event?
It's an event where there is a shooter, one or more shooters that are continuously using gunfire or some other type of deadly attack in a confined location.
And when you got there, were Rangers divided into various tasks?
Yes.
Did some Rangers question witnesses?
Yes.
And then others did crime scene?
Yes.
How many crime scenes were part of this overall investigation of Robb's school?
There were several crime scenes.
And was that, did this investigation include the shooting on D Street?
Correct, yes.
As well as where the truck wrecked out on Grove Street?
Yes.
And then Robb Elementary School, the campus?
Correct, and the individual rooms within the 4th grade building.
So did that present a pretty big task for the Texas Rangers?
Yes.
And did y'all also enlist help from the FBI because of how complicated or how much of a crime scene that there was?
Yes.
Okay. So you arrive about when on May 24th?
Shortly before 5 p.m.
And how did you busy yourself the first day?
As soon as I arrived, just within a few minutes, I was assigned to go conduct 2 interviews with 2 funeral home employees. I proceeded to the funeral home, conducted those interviews, and then was redirected to the 4th grade building to work with the team for victim identification.
And how did you work with the team with victim identification?
I was one of the photographers, so I took the photographs of the inside and outside of the fourth grade building. And I also assisted with identifying the victims and carefully preparing the victims for transportation to the medical examiner's office.
And I think we've already had testimony about how the victims were identified, but you were part of that process.
Yes.
But am I correct that you also took photographs that afternoon, that first afternoon?
Yes.
And where did you take photographs?
Those photographs I took of the interior of the fourth grade building.
And was that then, were there still victims in the building when you took those photographs?
Yes.
Okay. So you took photographs to document kind of generally the scene, and then you worked with the victims?
Yes.
And you went to the funeral home to talk to 2 employees?
Yes.
Was that all you did that day, or in general the major things that you did that day?
Those were my primary duties that day.
So the next day you reported back to Robb Elementary?
Yes.
And what did you do then?
I started by photographing the exterior of the fourth grade building and some interior photography. I then was assigned to process the shooter's vehicle that had crashed into the culvert, and 2 other rangers and myself processed that vehicle.
And in addition to that, did you make a second trip to the funeral home?
Yes.
What was the purpose of that?
Later that day, there were some questions about surveillance video from the funeral home. So actually it was early evening. I went to the funeral home and retrieved the surveillance video from Hillcrest Memorial Funeral Home.
When you retrieved the video, are you able to determine the accuracy of the timing on the video?
Yes.
How did you do that?
I took out my Apple iPhone and snapped a photo of the live screen for the surveillance system, which the timestamp on my phone is synchronized through Apple, and Apple synchronizes all of their time through the atomic clock. So it's a very accurate time.
So our Apple phones are much better than a funeral home video or a body camera?
It can be, yes.
Okay. And so you knew that your Apple phone was correct, and you compared that to the funeral home?
Yes.
Could you tell the jury about the accuracy of the funeral home tapes?
The funeral home tapes were approximately 2 seconds. There was a variance between the timestamp on my photograph and what the funeral home surveillance video was timestamped with.
And so you have reviewed the funeral home videos, have you not?
Yes.
And there is a black...
And Judge, just to say, I'm sorry, Bill, to say some time, we're stipulated to the times.
Okay. I just want to show which one it is.
Okay, I just wanted to let you know, we'll stipulate to the times, Judge.
Thank you. Okay. Well, just real quickly then, so the jury can know if they go back. The black time is the funeral home time, but you added the accurate time, the real time. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's in white?
Yes.
Okay. So the real time would be in white, and is that true for all of these videos, body cams, dash cams? If we see the white time, that is your work?
Yes.
You actually added to the video?
Correct.
Thank you. On the second day, before I get to that, did you do any other searches other than what you have just described? In other words, did you return to Robb Elementary later to retrieve a few more pieces of evidence?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
I transitioned into another role after my duties on Wednesday, and part of that role, I was working with Ranger Robert Montalvo. And if there was evidence items that was located after the first couple of days, then Ranger Montalvo and I would go out and photograph those items and collect them from where they were found.
And so did you do that with regard to Robb's school?
Yes.
And we've seen photographs, but did you recover, were you part with Montalvo recovering 2 casings on the west side of the 4th grade wing?
Yes.
And 2 casings from room 112?
Yes.
And a trigger system from room 111?
Yes.
Now, taking you back to the second day that you were out there, were the markers for the casings on the west side still out there?
On the first day, I don't recall seeing the markers. On the second day, yes.
That was my question, the second day.
Yes.
And so, did you compare where the markers were in comparison to perhaps where bullets had struck the building in room 104 and 102?
Yes. When I was photographing the exterior of the 4th grade building on that second day, that Wednesday, I was looking for projectile defects or bullet holes that would be either in the windows or in the brick.
Thank you. Just showing you State's Exhibit 3. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes.
Is this a fair and accurate representation of not only where the casings were found, but in relationship to bullet strikes into 104
Yes.
and 102?
Yes.
And the building there at Robb Elementary?
Yes.
State offers Exhibit 3.
Judge, may I word iron real briefly?
All right.
Ranger Hill, I'll be asking some questions in a second, but just for clarity. This X here
Which one?
on 104, I'm sorry, on here, on the wing? on
Room 24?
Yes, sir. Are you just, is this X just mark a defect, or are you are you testifying that this is coming from a certain area, or are you just determining that's a defect?
It's just documenting the defect.
Okay. Thank you. No objections.
Submitted.
Ranger, would you step forward so that we can share this with the jury? Thank you. Could you give us an overview of what we're looking at?
This is a Google Earth image of the Robb Elementary campus, as well as the Geraldine Street, South Grove Street, and the Hillcrest
Sir, can you
Memorial.
speak up, please?
This is a Google Earth overview of the Robb Elementary campus, as well as Geraldine Street, South Grove Street, and the Hillcrest Memorial Funeral Home.
And on this diagram, are there yellow numbers?
Yes.
And what do the yellow numbers indicate?
The yellow numbers are markers that the FBI used to mark the location of fired cartridge casings.
And would you show us in general terms where those markers were? And describe what you're pointing at.
There are going to be numbers in yellow. Each one of these numbers corresponds to a marker number or a tent number that the FBI used to mark each one of those cartridge casings.
And so you have them first at the south side of the parking lot, is that correct?
Yes.
And then moving to the top of the diagram, where's the next group of casings?
On the south side of the west parking lot, we have a collection of cartridge casings. And then once we reach the west wall of the 4th grade building, we have sequences of fired cartridge casings as we move north along the west wall.
And as you saw those cartridge casings, is that where you looked for where bullets may have defect, I suppose, where they hit something in relationship to the location of those casings?
Yes, I looked along the west wall as well as any vehicles that were remaining in the west parking lot at the time.
And in front, does this diagram also have classroom numbers?
Yes.
I want to focus first on classroom 102. Were there defects in 102?
Yes.
Where were the defects?
From the west wall, which is where the window was at, there were defects in the window to the exterior.
And how many defects were there?
5.
And how many casings are there directly across from?
5.
The same number of casings as defects in the window.
Yes.
And now, as we move south from room 102, were there additional casings?
Yes.
And how many additional casings were there?
There were 8 fired cartridge casings along this area right here, the south portion of the west parking lot.
Would that be multiple casings?
Correct.
Would it be multiple casings?
Correct.
Would it be multiple casings?
There were 8 cartridge casings in that location.
Okay. And now moving up north of the wall, was there an additional defect in the west wall at Robb Elementary?
In room 104, by the time I arrived on scene, this window had already been broken out to a certain extent to help evacuate children, but there were still signs or evidence of defects in there. It's just I was unable to determine how many.
Okay. But if we have had a previous officer, Officer Wright, who went inside 104 and took a picture of that window as it sat inside the room and then was replaced, that would indicate that there were defects in the window. Is that correct?
Correct.
But in addition to that, did you do additional work to determine if there were defects in that window?
Yes.
What additional work did you do?
I reviewed all of the body camera associated with this event that was available to us, and I located a body camera for Constable Emmanuel Zamora. And he was walking or going across the west wall as the evacuation was getting started. And I was able to see from his body camera the state of all the windows along the west wall, with the exception of the 102 at the south end.
As to whether or not there had been bullet defects in them.
Correct.
And so, were there defects in the window of 104?
Yes.
And I skipped over 103. Were there any defects in the window of 103?
No.
And were there casings associated with the defects in window 104? In other words, where there's a close relationship of the casings to the defects?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
This collection of fired cartridge casings are not directly but slightly offset from the window to room 104, which would put the general area where the source of those cartridge casings was possibly located.
And as far as the rifle, we've had prior testimony that it was a right ejecting rifle. Is that consistent with where those casings were with the defects in the windows?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this is kind of important. At 104, other than casings, was there anything else located there?
Yes.
Tell the jury what that was.
So the white number 1 is going to be the general approximate area where a black backpack belonging to the shooter was located later.
Okay. And that's where that was located, about halfway up from the south side to the entry point?
Yes.
And from where that backpack dropped, did you continue finding casings up northward?
Yes.
How many casings did you find?
We have the marker numbers here. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. And marker number 29, there were actually 2 fired cartridge casings associated with that. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
So you had 4, but that subsequent search is where you found the other 2,
Yes.
for a total of 6.
Yes.
Were those cartridge casings close enough that if you were aiming at the building, you should be able to hit it?
Yes.
And did you find any bullet defects along the walls of, or windows of 106, 105, or 104?
No.
But there were casings along that area.
Yes.
Does that indicate to you that the gunman was shooting toward 105 or 106 when those casings were deposited?
No.
It was not.
It did not. The lack of projectile defects in the side of the building, combined with the presence of the fired cartridge casings, indicated to me that the rifle was not fired into the building when those cartridge casings were ejected.
Another direction.
Correct.
And were you able to find defects anywhere else
From that,
associated with these casings?
no.
Okay. Now moving to the right side of the building. I'll let the right, I'm not sure. Is there also an X there?
Yes.
And tell us about that X.
This X represents a projectile defect in the south room 111 window.
Tell us about the defect.
The defect, it was a perforating bullet round that went through that window, and it was near circular in size.
What difference does it make to you if a defect is circular in size?
The closer, if you look at the source of the projectile, the firearm, and the target, meaning the surface, the closer to 90 degrees that round is fired, the defect will be near or close to just a complete circle. The more that source or that firearm starts to move at an angle, the more oblong that defect will become. And there'll be other indicators such as a leading edge, other things that we can look at.
And was this defect oblong or circular?
It was close to circular.
Indicating to you what?
It wasn't at 90 degrees, but it was going to be slightly offset. I can't tell you the degrees, but it's going to be not too terribly lower than 90 degrees.
Close to 90 degrees?
Correct.
So show us in general terms the trajectory of that bullet through that defect in the window in 111. Just generally where it would have started and where it would have headed, the direction.
Okay, I did not perform trajectory, but I would have expected, just based on the way the projectile looked and that it was close to circular, an angle somewhere in this vicinity.
And you're moving not horizontal, but just a little bit lower than horizontal, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you also find or know that there was a defect, can I have that for a second, all the way down here
Yes.
in the room 24?
Yes.
Would you expect a bullet coming out of room 111 that left that kind of circular defect to be at an angle that would reach 24?
For that angle right there, I would expect that defect to be more oblong because it's going to be coming at it at an angle, and so there will be a longer leading edge. And there was also, from what I recall, a PVC pipe, electrical conduit pipe that was right there that didn't have any damage as well. That could have been an obstruction if a round was coming from this direction.
So the round to get through that obstruction into that defect would have had to leave some kind of mark on that PVC pipe.
Possibly, yes.
And now with this same defect at the bottom and the casings that you found along the south end and the trajectories that you talked about in general, what would you say about the casings at the south end in relationship to the defect in 24?
So for my observations of the photographs for this particular defect, it was not circular, but was not oblong either, but it was going to be closer to a 90-degree angle than closer to a 0-degree angle. I would have expected something about like that in that general area.
So consistent with the casings you found at the south end,
Correct.
that a shot leaving a casing here would end up in 24.
Yes.
Now, on this diagram, you also have blue vehicles, is that correct?
Yes.
Just to clear this, just to kind of finish this up, would you point out those blue vehicles and what they were?
So here, these blue icons represent the Uvalde PD officers that arrived at this location: Sergeant Coronado, Officer Jesus Mendoza, and Officer Juan Saucedo. This blue vehicle right here indicates the approximate location where the defendant's vehicle stopped.
Adrian Gonzales.
Correct.
And do you also have another blue X there associated with the blue vehicle of Adrian Gonzales?
Yes.
And what is that?
The blue X represents Adrian Gonzales.
Okay, and so the one at the south door, there's a blue X?
Yes.
And so do you had indications from your analysis that Adrian Gonzales entered the south door?
Yes.
And now I'm going to ask you to sit down after this last question. We have now locations of things, but we're also able to determine when things such as shots being fired, officers arriving, and officers entering a doorway. Were you able to determine that with your analysis?
Yes.
Okay. Sit down.
Just have a couple of questions, Judge, just to clear one thing up, if that's okay?
All right,
May I approach?
please.
Hello, Ranger. I'm going to show you what the government wants to enter as governments 1065, 1066, and 1067. I think there's one other. Is this kind of your work product to your ultimate Ranger's investigation summary of the timelines and all that?
Yes.
Okay. Were you the one to put this report together, this timeline together?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. No objections, Judge.
Submitted.
Oh, sorry, Bill. What number is this?
let me make sure because they changed. 1057, 1058, 1059, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, and 67.
They're back.
Would you display 1057? Did I give you the pointer again? Thank you. Would you just explain what 1057 is?
This is another Google Earth overview of the Robb Elementary campus as well as the surrounding streets.
And if you will, is it your understanding that this gunman started at 522 Diaz Street?
It's 552 DS Street.
552?
Yes.
Thank you. Would you show the jury where that is? And the truck that you searched on that second day, where did you do that search? So would you show the path then from Diaz Street to that ditch? And would you show the funeral home? And is that where you recovered the video from the funeral home,
Yes.
depicting the gunman's travel as well as going across?
Yes.
Would you now describe the buildings that are depicted in your 1057?
We have the Hillcrest Memorial Funeral Home. We have the fourth grade building. What I refer to as the west lot. There's a pavilion, playgrounds A and B, wing E, wing D, and the west door and the west wall.
And before you sit down, would you also, does the diagram show the streets intersecting that corner of Robb Elementary?
This corner?
Yes.
Yes.
And what streets are those?
That's South Grove Street and Geraldine Street.
Okay. And we have had dispatch tapes played of Geraldine and Old Carrizo. There was a wreck. Where is Old Carrizo in Geraldine? And you're pointing to the far right intersection, is that correct?
Correct. It's the northeast section of the campus.
But that's not where you found the truck.
Correct.
You found it on Grove in Geraldine.
Correct.
Thank you. Turning now to Exhibit 1060. Is there both a red line and a blue line there?
Yes.
And could you tell us what those lines represent and show us where they go?
The red line, it exhibits the general approximate walking path for the shooter as he moved from the crash site over to the west lot, along the west wall, entered the west door, south in the hallway, and then his location in room 111 in 112.
And we're going to recreate the line from the funeral home, the outside part anyway, on the grounds to the west, from the funeral home to
Yes.
and along the building from the case from in the hall for this raw video.
Yes. Yes.
And the blue line
The blue line represents Mr. Gonzales, Mr. driving Mr. campus. He through the gate, Mr. into the west part, to the west, ultimately to the west to a stop and to the west location.
Thank you. Exhibit 1061. Have you marked a blue square on 1061?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is the backpack that marker number 1 represented on the other diagram. This was the backpack that the shooter dropped.
And is Exhibit 1061 a screenshot of a video?
Yes.
And whose video was that?
This was a video that I collected from a person across the street.
A short video?
Correct. Very
52
short.
seconds.
Yes.
And what did the video show in general?
Well, one showed the location of this backpack, the original location of it, as well as the shooter running this direction towards the camera, and then in through the west door into the 4th grade building.
And Exhibit 1062? And does it also show the condition of the parking lot as far as cars being parked there?
Yes.
Exhibit, well, go ahead and have a seat, and then we'll get to the next exhibit. You said that at some point your job shifted from just collecting evidence. Could you tell us how it shifted?
After the Wednesday, I came in Thursday to submit the evidence that we collected from the crash site. After discussing the evidence procedures with Ranger Montalvo, who was the assigned evidence custodian, I transitioned into an evidence management role to help accommodate the large amount of physical evidence that we would be taking in throughout the course of our investigation.
So you were part of the inventory of the large amount of evidence that was coming in.
Yes.
And on those first couple of days, was it primarily ammunition related?
The first couple of days, there was a large amount of ammunition.
And did you catalog that and inventory it?
I didn't inventory the ammunition. There were other rangers that did that. I worked with Ranger Montalvo to organize all of the evidence as it was submitted.
And did you review that organization and inventory to determine how many shots were fired that day?
Yes.
And in doing that, was there also a determination of shots fired by law enforcement as opposed to by the gunman?
Yes.
How's that determination made?
In this particular case, the shooter used a specific type of ammunition. The law enforcement responders who fired their weapons, they used a different type of ammunition. So the fired cartridge casings indicated the source of which one of those shots or which one of those fired cartridge casings were located.
Showing you Exhibit 1063, and you might have to approach the exhibit. Is this an inventory of those cartridge casings?
Yes.
Starting with the middle one, could you explain what the graph, first of all, how it's scaled and what each one of those lines and each one of those columns mean?
This is a fired cartridge casing matrix that we used to ensure that we had gathered all the fired cartridge casings for this event. I'll talk about the columns first. Column 1 is LC-22, that's a particular type of ammunition. LC-21, again, is another type of ammunition or manufacturer for ammunition. This stands for Lake City 22, Lake City 21, and REM for Remington. Again, another type of ammunition, and then a 9mm Luger handgun casing.
So across the top is the type of ammunition,
Yes.
and across the left side is what?
This is going to be the location where the cartridge casings were found. There were, here starting with 552 Diaz, there were 2 LC-22 fired cartridge casings located or found at that location. At the crash scene, there were 4 LC-22 fired cartridge casings collected. Outside, along the west lot and the west wall area, there were 23 LC-22 and 1 LC-21 fired cartridge casings collected.
Are either one of those connected with law enforcement?
No.
Okay, next.
Room 111, there were 60 LC-22 fired cartridge casings collected. In room 112, there was 56 LC-22 cartridge casings collected. Going back to room 111, there were 24 Remington cartridge casings, fired cartridge casings collected, and 3 9mm Luger fired cartridge casings
And
collected.
is the Luger, is that a handgun?
Yes,
Three fired shots from that, and how many from law enforcement?
24.
Okay, and you do know there was a breach, that is, the gunman was taken out in room 111, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
In 112, again, we had 56 LC-22 fired cartridge casings, 1 Remington fired cartridge casing. In the hallway, inside the 4th grade building, we had 27 LC-22 fired cartridge casings, 6 Remington fired cartridge casings, and 1 9mm Luger fired cartridge casing. And later, at the United States Border Patrol station in Uvalde, there was 1 fired 9mm Luger cartridge casing found, I believe, around the boot area for one of the agents that responded.
In other words, a casing was actually in the boot area, and they brought it in as evidence later.
Well, actually, somebody went out and collected it, I believe, but yes.
And so you don't know where that casing ended up in a piece of clothing, you just know it was returned from Border Patrol.
Correct.
Very good. So a total of how many law enforcement rounds were fired?
So if you look at the top, based on work that the ATF did and receipts for ammunition that the shooter had purchased, LC-21, that was an off, but still part of this same. It could have been a round that got added into the lot that was purchased. But the LC-22 and LC-21 were associated with the shooter. The Remington and the 9mm Luger were associated with law enforcement. So throughout the event, law enforcement fired 35, or we recovered 35 fired cartridge casings. The shooter, we recovered 173 fired cartridge casings, and then 1 unknown, which, not knowing for certain on the LC-21.
Okay. You can have a seat now for a second. What you have just described for us then is the number of shots that were recovered from the investigation of all the rangers around Robb School as well as Dia Street. Is that correct?
The number of fired cartridge casings that were collected.
But in an active shooter situation, what does a fired cartridge case indicate?
It indicated that a ammunition round was fired.
And if it came from the gunman in an active shooter case, what does that indicate?
That it was fired from the shooter's firearm.
Okay. And for a police officer, a shot fired from an active shooter's firearm, what does that tell the police officer to do?
To act, to go to where the shots are coming from.
And so each one of those shots associated with the gunman is potentially noticed to go to the gunman.
Yes.
But there's something other than just the cartridge case in there. It's when the cartridge case is deposited. Is that correct?
Yes.
So is timing on when a shot is fired important as far as giving a police officer notice that he should go toward the gunfire?
Yes.
And so, in addition to firearm ammunition, was other evidence collected by law enforcement that aided you in deciding timing on when things happen?
Yes.
And what kind of things did you recover?
There were other rangers that had collected the Robb surveillance video, which consisted of 4 cameras, as well as several body camera videos from officers that responded, and dash camera videos from the officers' vehicles.
Okay. And were all of those timings and all that synchronized appropriately?
Yes,
Who did that?
I did.
Okay, and I believe they've stipulated to that, so we're not going to go Did it take an extreme amount of time for you to do that?
Yes.
Approximately how long?
I spent approximately a year doing that and testing it to ensure that we were as accurate as we could be with the information that was available to us.
So for all the body cameras, the dash cams, funeral home, and Robb Elementary,
Yes.
as well as dispatch?
Yes.
Okay. And from all of that work, were you able to determine precisely when shots were fired?
Yes. There's a built-in variance of approximately up to 2 seconds, but it's very close.
And can you compare when those shots were fired with when people arrived at the scene?
Yes.
And specifically, this case is against Adrian Gonzales, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Could you tell us when Adrian Gonzales arrived at the gate to Robb Elementary?
May I refer to mine?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Gonzales arrived at approximately 11:31:41, and that was going to be at the West Gate location.
11:31 what?
41.
Had any shots been fired prior to his arrival?
Yes. Well, yes.
On Diaz Street, had they been fired before his arrival?
Yes.
Had the shots at the truck been fired before his arrival?
Yes.
And then we moved to that south grounds. Had any of those shots been fired before his arrival?
Yes.
How many shots had been fired before his arrival?
There were approximately 6 shots that were fired before Mr. Gonzales had come on to the school property.
Okay. And then from the west gate, were you able to determine when Adrian Gonzales' car was parked approximately within a few seconds?
Approximately, yes. I was able to see Mr. Gonzales' patrol car come into the parking lot and drive to an area roughly about where the west lot meets the grass. And then we know where his vehicle came to a stop. So I did have to approximate when he would have come to a stop based on how fast he was traveling as he came from the west gate and past a known location that I could see on the surveillance video.
And what was your approximation?
Approximately 11:31:55.
And from Adrian Gonzales' arrival at the gate at 11:31:41 until it came to a stop at 11:31:55, were there any shots fired?
Yes.
How many?
There were 2.
And were you able to determine where Adrian Gonzales' vehicle was in relationship to those 2 shots?
Approximately before Mr. Gonzales had stopped his patrol vehicle, there was 1 shot fired. And then around the time he stopped his vehicle, the second shot was found.
So close to when he parked.
Correct.
And did you also time the dispatch tape in which Adrian Gonzales said shots fired, shots fired?
Yes.
Can you tell us when that was?
11:32:09.
So after he parked his car until he keyed up his radio and announced shots fired, how much time had elapsed?
I'm sorry, what were the 2 times again?
From the time that Adrian Gonzales parked his car at 11:31:55 and keyed up his radio saying shots fired, how much time had elapsed?
Approximately 14 seconds.
And does that take care of the 8 shots that were found at the south side of that west building?
Yes.
And from this point on, did the shots then travel away from Adrian Gonzales?
Yes.
The casings, I mean.
I'm sorry, could you?
The casings, following the casings then, they go from that south side.
Correct.
Not, they don't close in on Adrian Gonzales, they go the other way.
Yes.
And so how many shots were fired along the west side?
16.
How many?
16.
And what time did the gunman enter the building on the west side?
Approximately 11:32:59.
So about a minute and 4 seconds later, after Adrian Gonzales stopped. 11:31:55 to 11:32:59, is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, approximately 1 minute and 4 seconds.
And before we get into the west building, I want to talk about the timing on the west side. As the gunman was traveling along the west side of the building, about halfway up, is that where the bag dropped?
Correct.
Okay. And let me ask, did any other officers arrive on the scene about halfway between when Adrian Gonzales parked and the gunman entered the west door?
Yes.
Who entered? Who arrived?
Uvalde PD Officer Jesus Mendoza, Officer Juan Salcedo, and Sergeant Telesoro Coronado.
And they arrived where again?
They arrived at the intersection of South Grove Street and Geraldine Street.
And you have the timing of that arrival?
Yes.
And north of that bag, going toward the west entry, are there any more bullet defects in the building?
No.
Are there any more casings indicate the gun was being fired during that period of time?
Yes.
How many?
I have to refer back to the diagram real quick. Six.
Now, as we get to the west door, can you describe the west door?
It was a metal, appeared to be a heavy metal door. There was a window in the door, a narrow window, as well as a wider roof to floor or ceiling to floor window just to the right as you're looking from outside to the inside.
And the weapon that the gunman was using, as well as the defects in room 102 and 104, is that kind of weapon capable of penetrating glass?
Yes.
And how quickly did that weapon fire?
That is a native semi-automatic rifle, and it would fire as quickly as somebody could pull their trigger and allow the gun to reset to pull the trigger again.
And penetrating glass with rounds from that kind of rifle, would that weaken the glass?
Yes.
eventually making it breakable.
Yes.
How long would it take to take that glass in perfect condition with that kind of AR until the glass was capable of being broken?
I can't say for certain, but I wouldn't think it would take very long.
When you say very long, are you talking about minutes or seconds?
Seconds.
And was there room in that glass for a gunman to enter the west side?
Yes, there could be.
If the glass was broken out?
Correct.
And it was not broken out in this case, correct?
No, it was not.
When did the gunman enter Robb Elementary?
Approximately 11:32:59.
11:32:59,
Yes.
and that is a minute and 4 seconds after Adrian Gonzales arrived, correct?
From when he parked. Correct.
Or how long was the gunman in the hallway?
He wasn't in there for very long. I don't have that exact time frame. I'd have to calculate it.
Well, let me just ask then, do you have the time he entered the hallway? I mean, entered from the west door.
Yes.
Do you have the time that he entered room 111?
Yes.
And did he go into any other rooms before he entered room 111?
No.
So what time did he enter room 111?
Approximately 11:33:45.
Okay. So from 11:32:59 to 45, about 45, 46 seconds.
Approximately.
More than 12 seconds.
Correct.
And did the gunman fire any shots in the hallway?
Yes.
And did you find casings in the hallway?
Yes.
And did you listen to the Robb video to determine how many shots were fired?
Yes.
How many shots were fired by the gunman in the hallway before going in room 111?
21.
And so now are we at about a minute and 49 or 50 seconds that Adrian Gonzales has been parked at the south of the building and the gunman is firing shots.
Yes.
And then the gunman entered room 111.
Yes.
And could you see him on the video any more after that time?
No.
Could you determine with specificity if the gunman was in both room 111 and 112?
Yes.
And so let's just start. He entered room 111 at 11:33:45. Is that correct?
Approximately, yes.
And how many shots were fired in room 111?
Well, I have 111 and 112 combined.
Let me stop you then, because I think there's a key point that makes this clear. What time did Adrian Gonzales enter the south door?
At approximately 11:35:48.
So from 11:31:41 to 11:35:48. Somewhere in the neighborhood of 4 minutes.
Correct. From the time Mr. Gonzales came through the west gate.
And so now we need to know how many shots were fired in 111 and 112 until Adrian Gonzales entered that south door.
117.
117 shots.
Yes.
Were you able to determine if they were in both rooms 111 and 112?
Yes, some of the shots, yes.
in both of those rooms?
Correct.
And how were you able to determine by looking at the raw video if the shots were in 111 or 112?
Well, shortly after the shooter entered 111, he began shooting, so time and distance would indicate that those shots would have taken place in room 111. He also fired 2 shots where sheetrock dust was projected into the hallway from room 111. And then as sequence of fire continued, there was a pause in the gunfire. And a short time after that pause, when the gunfire resumed, there was sheetrock dust that got projected into the hallway from room 112, indicating that the shooter fired that shot from inside room 112.
Okay. Now, in addition to when Adrian Gonzales entered that south wing, were you also able, through Coronado's body cam, to determine when Coronado said shots fired, get in the building?
Yes.
And when was that?
When did he actually say shots fired?
Yes. And it was a better analysis when his body camera picked up Adrian Gonzales and Donald Paige, if that's something that you'd more quickly review.
Sergeant Coronado's body camera started at approximately 11:35:10, and it was a short time after that that he made that shots fired call on the radio, and that was at approximately 11:35:55.
So how many shots had been fired in 111 and 112 before Coronado is instructed to get into the room? Or shots fired, excuse me.
Okay, what were the 2 times again?
Thank
Or the
you.
2 events?
I was starting with shots fired in 111 and 112 until Coronado yelled to get in the room or got on the radio and said shots fired, whichever is more convenient for you.
You'll have to give me a second to look that up. I'm sorry, what was that first time?
Entered room 111.
Would have been approximately 60, but I'd have to count it manually.
Well, approximately, probably enough here. Approximately how many times was there gunfire from the time the gunman entered 111 until Coronado said shots fired, shots fired?
That would be the approximately.
And I just didn't hear the number.
It's approximately 60. It's probably a little bit more than that.
Okay. So we have those 60 shots plus how many in the hallway
21 shots.
and along the west side?
16.
And 2 possibly as Adrian Gonzales is parking, is that correct?
Correct. That would be included in the 8 from the west lot area.
And after the gunman entered rooms 111 and 112, did dispatch have a dispatch of Adrian Gonzales calling for for cover, for a
Yes.
unit to come provide cover. Can
Yes.
you tell us when that occurred?
Approximately 11:34:28.
11:34:28, he calls for cover.
Yes.
Is that correct? So the gunman was clearly in 111 and 112 at that time.
Yes.
And did you, the thing that you've just testified, were you able to take the sound from Robb Elementary, channel 2 in the hallway and channel 4 outside the hallway, and accurately portray when those shots were fired?
Yes.
And does the animation also show when Adrian Gonzales arrives and parks?
Yes.
And does it also show where the gunman wrecked out and his travel all the way until he gets into 111 and 112?
Yes.
Does it also show the arrival of Coronado and Salcedo and Mendoza?
Yes.
And we've also heard about an Officer Hill. Does it also show where Officer Hill arrived at his location?
Yes.
The State Officer's Exhibit 1045. This is the animation.
I'll tell you what, folks, go ahead and take your morning 10-minute break, and we'll resume when you come back. Please remember my instructions, 10 minutes. Would everyone rise for the jury?
Ranger Hill, so you've seen the animation, obviously, that the government wants to admit?
Yes.
And did you put that animation together?
Yes.
Okay. And the animation shows kind of cars coming in and then also testimony, indications, red X's of where you anticipate to testify where the shooter, what his path he took, right?
That's the locations are the general location and approximation.
But where you put the shooter walking are the actual locations of the shells, not the general locations of those, right?
It could still be the general location. It's a circle.
Well, let me just ask the question one by one. So, where the X's are the actual locations of where the shells were found, the spent shell casings, correct?
They're going to be very close to the approximate location, yes.
Well, you've seen the pictures of where they were located, correct?
Yes.
Not animations, you saw the actual pictures.
Yes.
Okay, so you know where they were located, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so you placed the shooter's path on exactly where the shells were, correct?
I placed them in the approximate location. I wouldn't say it was exactly on. I don't know that for
What does
sure.
approximate mean to you?
Very close.
Like on top of, right?
Very close includes on top of.
Right?
potentially.
That's my point. And so you place the path of the shooter on top of, very close, approximate your definition of these shell casings.
And then the approximate location.
And how big is the circle that you're talking about of where this shooter could have been?
It's just a circle. There's no scientific value to the size of the circle. Again, it's an approximate location.
It could be 6 feet.
So it could be 6 feet, it could be 1 inch.
I could say yes, it could be 6 feet.
And Judge, that lack of clarity is what's going to confuse the issues to the jury. So there's no probative value of that. He can testify to what he wants to. I can cross-examine him. But for the jury to have evidence that's actually admitted to them, they can go back and think that's exactly what the path he took, I think would mislead the jury, Judge. And under a 403 analysis, it's not probative at all, and it's very prejudicial, cumulatively, based off the other stuff that we objected to.
And we would explain that it's not precise, that it's general, Your Honor, so there is nothing misleading to it.
Well, you can point that out on a diagram. You don't have to enter it into evidence to mislead the jury. Just point it out. He can say what he wants, and I'll cross him very specifically.
Well, the timing is also what's critical, Your Honor.
Well, he can testify to the time.
All right. I'm going to overrule the objection, find the probative outweighs the prejudicial, and find it goes to the weight, not to the admissibility, but you're certainly entitled to cross-examine him at length in that regard. So let's bring him in. All rise for the jury. Be seated in the courtroom, please. Okay. We may proceed based upon the ruling the court has already made. Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Your Honor. And so, this animation that we're about to play, that is your rendition, is that correct?
Yes.
Based on the funeral home, Robb Elementary, dispatch, is that correct?
And the body camera video, yes.
And is Amy Marine's 911 call on there also?
Yes. This one, yes, it is.
Okay. Because in the background of that, can you hear also officers dispatching?
Yes.
Okay. So that and the sound of gunfire, as far as the timing, as well as the animation, shows where people were when shots were being fired.
Yes.
And people were making dispatch.
Yes.
Asked to play exhibit 1045. It was admitted, I believe, outside the presence of the jury, asked to be admitted from the jury.
Yeah, I've admitted it outside the presence of the jury, so subject to the objection already been overruled, you may proceed.
Could you stop it right there for a second? And so just to orient us on this exhibit, could you show us again where the truck runs into the ditch?
Approximately this location.
And how does it explain the track that the gunman takes?
How does the animation?
Uh-huh.
There is a circle depicting the shooter, and the movement of the circle is based on time distance observed from the surveillance video here. So from point to point and how long it took for the shooter on the surveillance video to go from point A to point B, the animation draws out the pace at which
And what color is that animation in?
red.
What?
Red.
Okay. And as the shooter enters that southwest corner and goes up the west wall, how were you able to draw the line that the shooter went?
It's going to be the general location of where the fired cartridge casings were located. We know that the shooter was going to be in between the cars and the west wall, and so it's the direct path that the shooter would have taken to get from this point up to the west door.
And you're saying that this is general, not precise?
Correct.
One or two steps, it could be off.
Correct.
Okay. And then is there a blue line also?
Yes.
And what does the blue line represent?
The blue line represents Mr. Gonzales as he enters through the west gate and then travels to his stopping point approximately in that location.
And are there other blue vehicles that show up?
Yes.
And would you point those out?
It'll be Officer Jesus Mendoza, Juan Salcedo, and Sergeant Telesforo Coronado. And they arrive in this location, and it shows where the directions from which they came and then stopping.
And does it show the timing that they get there?
It does, yes.
In relationship to both the shooter and Adrian Gonzales?
Yes.
And finally?
Randy Hill, another officer, who was originally dispatched to the crash. He arrives up in this location.
Does it show when he arrives also,
Yes,
in relationship to the gunman as well as all the other vehicles?
yes,
And are there sounds on this animation?
yes,
And the sounds were captured from Robb Elementary microphones?
yes.
And is there any other sound?
Yes, there are, the 911 phone call from Amy Marin, the Robb Channel 2, the sounds of the from inside Robb Elementary, Robb Channel 4, which is going to be over in this location, the sound that microphone for that camera was able to collect, as well as body camera for Sergeant Coronado.
And why is Amy Marine's 911 call so important?
One, there was a lot of information just as far as what she was relaying to Uvalde Communications, but also.
What was she as she was relaying that information?
Well, she had gone outside the fourth grade building with her cell phone to report the crash. And then once the shooting began, or shortly around that time, she comes back through the west door, and you can hear her 911 phone call through the 911 recording, as well as through that 911 recording, you can hear certain elements of radio traffic in the background from some of the officers because of the
And
way.
that radio traffic previously identified as coming from Adrian Gonzales.
Yes,
Is some of that.
correct.
Where we play it now, Your Honor. And if you'll just sit, I'm not going to interrupt you.
All right, proceed.
60. And the subject. See if you get that. Yeah, what's that? I'm gonna have to do all these. Turn you off. Do you have a description yet?
Not at this time, sir. Caller cannot remember what he was wearing. I have one other complaint on the line where he was looking wearing black jeans, correction, black and jeans. The application was jumping over the fence into the schoolyard.
Stop fire, you down there, how full? 23. Make contact with the flight units that's coming behind us. He's behind the pool. It's over, guys. It's over. Stop firing. Stand back. We got fired. Stand back.
Units advise caller stating that now for the sending back to school, back to the school.
On the west pool, on the west side of the pool by the vehicle. We're wearing all black, all black. Give me some cover unit over here. Go back to earlier about that. Yeah. Right there, unit, right there. I can get somebody to come into the parking lot. Come into the parking lot, 304.
Guys, be careful! You might be in that building! Hey, Uvalde, they're saying that he's possibly in the building on the... Oh shit! That's fine! Get inside! Go, go, go!
Laying on Via Street. One female shot in the head.
Shots fired inside the building, Uvalde!
Which building?
Careful, guys, shot fired.
you want to hear it? Do you want to what?
Stay right there, guys.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of your work as to the timing of when the shots fired and the movement of the officers?
Yes.
And Robb Video, Channel 2, played all the way through his conclusion. After the gunman entered 111, did he ever come back out into the hallway?
No.
There was no coming out and shooting at Javi Martinez and Eddie Canales?
Correct, he did not come out.
I want to talk a second then about the other individuals in the case. And let's start again when Adrian Gonzales arrived. What time was that again?
Is this when he drove through the west gate or when he parked? Approximately 11:31:55.
And Donald Page, did you represent him in the animation?
Yes.
Was he the second blue car that drove by and parked by where Adrian Gonzales was?
Yes.
What time did he park?
Approximately 11:35:10.
11:35:10.
Yes.
So 3 minutes and 15 seconds after Adrian Gonzales.
Approximately.
And then when did the two enter?
Page entered at 11:35, approximately 11:35:46, and Mr. Gonzales entered at approximately 11:35:48.
And we've had some talk and some testimony about Officer Hill. Do you recall if the dispatch called out for Geraldine and Old Carrizo Road?
I recall the Craspian dispatched to Officer Hill at 715 Old Carrizo Road.
It was not at Grove Street in Geraldine.
Correct, it was not.
And what time did Officer Hill arrive at Old Carrizo Road in Geraldine?
Approximately 11:35:16.
11:35.
I'm sorry, 11:33:16.
11:33:15. And what time did the gunman enter Robb Elementary School?
Approximately 11:32:59.
So 16 seconds before Hill arrived at Old Carrizo Road in Geraldine, the gunman was already in the building.
Yes.
And I know it's on your animation, but where was that Old Carrizo and Geraldine be?
This intersection right here.
And the gunman was already in the building about 15 seconds.
Approximately.
At which building? And then we have the three officers that arrived, is that correct?
Correct.
And that would be Coronado, Salcedo, and Jesus Mendoza.
Yes.
And you showed that they arrived when the gunman was about halfway up, is that correct?
Correct.
And then shots were fired.
Yes.
And then do we see, when shots were fired, do we see Sergeant Coronado act? Does he engage in activity to stop the gunman?
At that particular time, Sergeant Coronado, he had arrived at the intersection. He and the other two officers were there for a short period of time, and then as the shooter was entering the fourth grade building, they went back to their patrol vehicles and relocated to the northeast corner.
So it wasn't inaction, it was action.
Correct. He was relocating to another area of the campus.
They didn't fail to act, they acted.
Correct.
And was Coronado followed by any other police units?
Yes.
Who was that?
Officer Jesus Mendoza and Officer Juan Saucedo.
So they did not remain at that intersection?
Correct.
They followed Coronado to the north end?
Yes.
And as far as to where they went, would it make sense to fan out to find the gunman?
Yes.
And did Coronado continue to act by jogging to the area that we saw?
Yes.
And when he heard shots, what did he say?
He said, "Oh shit, shots fired," and began running faster towards the fourth grade building.
He acted
Correct.
within seconds of hearing the gunshots.
Correct.
And he went into the building.
Judge, I'm just for the record, I want to note that I don't mind him leading his own witness, but I just want to put that on the note that I acknowledge it and he can lead all he wants because I'm going to take care of it after a while.
Okay, proceed.
And finally, as to Saucedo, I just want to ask some questions. Thank you for reminding me. I don't want to leave.
Yes, sir.
Tell us where Officer Saucedo arrived, please.
He arrived at when he first arrived at the school,
Yes.
at the intersection of South Grove Street and Geraldine Street.
And what was the distance in general terms from where he was and the gunman?
I didn't take a specific measurement on that. I did look at it using a Google Earth measurement, and it was approximately 130 yards.
And was the gunman, would you tell us whether he was stationary or moving at the time?
He was moving. There could have been moments of where he was standing stationary, but he was making progress going north along the west wall.
And tell us if there were any obstructions between Saucedo and the gunman.
There were vehicles in the parking lot. Depending on where the shooter was standing at the particular time, there were some vehicles where there were parking spaces that were free. So depending on where Saucedo or Officer Saucedo was positioned behind his patrol car and where the shooter was at that particular time, there were vehicles that were in between Saucedo and the shooter.
And what does backdrop mean in regards to an officer shooting?
It's what's behind the target at which you are shooting. In this case, there was the fourth grade building with windows in it that would have been behind the shooter from the position where Juan Saucedo was parked.
Okay. And Adrian Gonzales, where he was during this time, was he in a position to see the shooter?
When he pulled through the west gate and into the west lot, there was a point at which we no longer see his vehicle. So I had to look at where I was able to last see him traveling in the school, on the school grounds, and where his vehicle came to park, which is how I arrived at the estimated or approximate time when he had parked. His movements after that, I didn't have any access to video or anything that could actually place him in a particular location.
But have you heard the concept tunnel vision?
Yes.
Tell us what that is.
Usually under a high stress situation, the way the blood collects and pools in your body, it can affect your vision by creating a tunnel vision, which is narrowing of your vision, and that's to help you focus more of your attention on either, in this particular case, a threat or something that is threatening to you. And it's difficult to maintain a view of what's in your periphery when you experience tunnel vision.
Periphery being along the outsides.
Correct.
And auditory exclusion.
It happens also with high stress situations where for a moment of time you don't hear what's going on, and that's again to help the body prepare to defend against a particular threat. So there'll be a period of time where either you don't hear it at that moment or you won't recall it a short time later.
So you may have heard it but don't recall it when asked.
Correct.
In this case, from when Adrian Gonzales parked his car until he got on the microphone saying shots fired, how much time had passed?
From the time he parked until the time that he got on the radio to acknowledge, approximately 14 seconds.
And it was in regards to shots being fired.
Correct.
And as to Salcedo and Adrian Gonzales, their two positions at the time Salcedo arrives, who had better cover?
Mr. Gonzales.
Why did he have better cover?
The brick of the fourth grade building, if the threat is not there in view shooting at you, but you hear the gunshots, you know that the gunshots aren't happening where you're at. And if an officer were to move towards the fourth grade building, the brick of the building would provide cover.
And as to concealment, Adrian Gonzales and Juan Salcedo, who had better concealment during that period of time?
Mr. Gonzales.
And what is concealment?
Concealment is where you can hide yourself or be hidden. However, bullets or projectiles can still perforate or go through what you are hiding behind.
And from the southwest corner, behind cover, toward where the gunman was at that time, what would be the backdrop?
That would be the west wall to the fourth grade building, as well as the windows on that west wall.
Is that from Salcedo?
Correct.
And from the southwest corner of the building, let me show you. From the southwest corner of the building and where the gunman was at the time, what would the backdrop be for that?
From here,
Yes.
from what position would I be looking?
From the corner looking toward the gunman.
So up here, if you were to look straight across, the backdrop would be back in here.
Okay. So which would have the safest backdrop?
In order for, between Officer Salcedo and Mr. Gonzales, as far as taking a shot at that particular time, the safest backdrop would be from Officer Salcedo.
With the class behind it?
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I misspoke because of the windows that are in here. With Mr. Gonzales, he does have a backdrop of this neighborhood here. However, there's a vehicle that was parked right here, a black Ford Expedition. Although a vehicle is not the best form of cover, the engine block can provide some cover. That would also help you use the angles to put the backdrop at the electrical box that was here, as well as any brick
Describe where the electrical box was.
right here.
Why does that improve the backdrop?
It's a large piece of metal equipment, and it's going to have a lot of components inside. Those components could act similarly to an engine block and could stop a projectile from penetrating or perforating through that object.
To go through and hit an unintended target.
Correct.
An active shooter, the firing of the gun directs a police officer to do what?
To go to the shots
For what purpose?
to stop the killing.
And is there a second prong to active shooting from stop the killing?
Stop the dying.
And so, if somebody is in 111 and 112 firing, an officer's obligation under active shooting is to stop the killing and stop the dying?
Correct.
So, all individuals who are shot do not die.
Correct.
Some are injured.
Yes.
And what do injured people injured by gunfire need?
Medical attention.
And can that be slow or should it be quick?
It should be as quick as possible.
Is that what Stop the Dying is about?
Yes.
And so when we speak of containing a gunman in a room, is there a difference if the gunman is in a room where there has been shooting versus a room that is empty?
Yes.
And what is that?
If a shooter is in a structure or a room where there has been active gunfire, that is synonymous with killing. And you have a responsibility as an officer to go ahead and address that because it's still an active threat. There could still be active killing.
And in active shooting, is there also a priority of life scale?
Yes.
And what is that?
You have the civilians is the high priority, law enforcement, and then the suspect or the shooter themselves.
So the officer is supposed to give priority to this innocent civilian,
Correct.
then the safety, and finally the gunman.
Correct.
Pass the witness.
Yes, sir,
You may
thank you.
proceed.
Ranger Hill, my name is Nico LaHood. I'm one of the lawyers that's representing Mr. Gonzales. You've testified before?
Yes.
Okay. So you understand cross-examination?
Yes.
Okay. And so I'm gonna ask you questions, leading questions, some open-ended questions, but the rules allow that. And I'm gonna ask you specific questions, okay?
Okay.
And I'm gonna push back on you a little bit, but I wanna give you a heads up.
Okay.
Okay? I'm not trying to be disrespectful, and I'm not attacking your character, but I'm gonna attack your opinions and your perceptions, okay?
Yes.
And if you don't understand my question, you just tell me, Nico, just repeat that, or I don't understand that, and I'm happy to do that, okay?
Yes.
What did you review and prepare in preparation for your testimony today?
I reviewed the critical videos that I used to prepare the synchronization. I reviewed the timeline events up to approximately 11:45 a.m., as well as all the diagrams, the physical evidence that was collected, or the physical evidence log, as well as my reports.
And what reports did you create? Like individual reports from your earlier investigation?
Yes, yes.
And did you, I think I showed it to you earlier, you created Department of Public Safety Intelligence and Counterterrorism Critical Event Timeline?
There was an analytical team that I was a part of, and we compiled that timeline.
Right. When you say we, how many people? You and how many?
The team started out initially with 7, and then towards the end there were 3.
And you were one of the 3?
Correct.
Okay. And do you have a copy of this critical timeline in front of you?
Yes.
Okay, good. So if I refer you to pages, I don't have to walk up every time. Can you have it ready, please?
If you could refer me to times.
Yes, sir.
I don't have the page numbers.
Well, they're on the bottom, right? TR.
They're not on my copy. I don't have the page numbers, but the times will direct.
Fair enough. But then I will. May I look at your copy really quick?
Sure.
You can keep it there. I'll go to you. Just want to make sure we're on the same page.
Don't make me use the pages. Okay.
And so you said initially you weren't responsible or assigned to putting this timeline together initially, right?
Correct.
You did some interviews.
Correct.
And one of the interviews was of Gilbert Limones.
I interviewed Cody Bersanos.
Who interviewed Gilbert Limones?
I believe that was Ranger Barina.
But you reviewed that interview, right?
I didn't review Gilbert Limones' interview.
I want to make sure I'm clear. You're part of eventually a three-person team that put all this together, and you didn't interview Mr. Limones? You didn't review his interview?
I didn't review it in preparation for trial. I reviewed it early on in the investigation.
Okay, so I'm sorry. I'm going to shift now to just the whole investigation and how you put this together.
Okay.
Okay. So you did review Gilbert Limones' interview, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And part of that interview, you had to reconcile what he said to his 911 call at 11:29:05, correct?
Yes.
And so, if you can refer to 11:29:05, please. For the government, it's page 11, but I don't know if you have numbers, Bill.
Yes, I have it.
Okay. Now the 11:29:05. Do you see Gilbert Limones called 911?
Yes.
Okay, so I just want to make sure we're on the same page. Since
Yes.
we didn't have the page numbers. And you can see in third paragraph, he says a lot of information to dispatch. Would you agree?
Yes.
And he says that there's someone shooting at the school, specifically. Third paragraph. Hurry, hurry.
Oh, yes.
He's shooting at the school, not around the school. He's shooting at the school. And as you know, as a ranger and an investigator, at means something different, right?
You have to take it into context.
Okay. Well, if I say I'm looking at you, does that mean I'm looking at Bill, Mr. Turner?
It's possible.
I can be looking at you and focused on you. I'm not talking about peripheral. I can look at you and I don't have cross eyes. I'm not looking. I can look at you and look at Mr. Turner at the same time.
Well, you can look at me and you can see him in your peripheral view.
I know. I said aside from peripheral, because peripheral is not focus, right?
Correct.
Right. So peripheral, you can see some of the jury like I can, but you can't describe what clothes they're wearing. No, you just turned your head. Now, from your peripheral, can you describe clothes on the jury?
I cannot.
You cannot. So I cannot look at you and look at Mr. Turner at the same time. Would you agree?
I can speak for myself on that.
Okay. Will you look at Mr. Turner? Look at Mr. Turner, please. Can you see me in peripheral?
I can.
How many fingers I'm holding up?
I cannot tell.
Okay. So you cannot look at Mr. Turner and look at me at the same time, right?
I cannot.
Okay. That's all I was saying. It wasn't a trick question. And so when Mr. Limones, because you investigated this situation, he said the shooter is shooting, this person is shooting at the school, the vast majority of us, maybe not you, would think that those bullets are going to the direction of the school. Is that a fair statement?
I would say that they were going towards the school.
What's the difference between towards and at to you?
Well, in your definition, at is directly. I would, based on the context of Mr. Limones' 911 call, would interpret what he said is that the shooter is shooting towards the direction or in the direction of the school. Maybe not necessarily at the brick or a particular point.
If someone was pointing a gun at you versus towards you, would you feel any less safe or more in danger?
I would feel equally in danger.
Me too. But what we know though is that Mr. Limones said that to 911 early on, 11:29:05, and we know that the shooter entered the building. You said 11:32:59. Do you remember testifying to that?
When he entered the west door.
Yes, sir. It's really 11:32:58.
Approximately 11:30. Yeah, and
What does your timeline say?
So it's 11:32:58 with some milliseconds, and it rounds up. So it's an approximate.
Well, hold on, but in your timeline, it doesn't say 11:32:59, right?
It says 11:32:58, but there were milliseconds on the back.
Real quick, does it say milliseconds on your report?
No, I took the milliseconds off, and the exporting program rounded up.
But you testified to this jury, and it's a second, but it matters because time is of the essence. That's been the theme for this jury. So, but your report, your timeline says 11:32:58, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but you testified to this jury was 59.
I testified it was approximately.
Okay, but if anybody's looking at your timeline, it says 11:32:58.
Correct.
Okay, so but we'll go back to 11:29:05. So 11:29:05 is almost 4 minutes before the shooter even enters the building, right? Almost, since we're approximating.
Approximately,
Let's
yes.
approximate together. Okay, so at 11:29:05, Mr. Limones is telling a dispatcher that there's an individual shooting at the school, correct?
Correct.
He also said he jumped into the schoolyard, so now he's shooting at the school, and now he's on the school property, correct?
Yes.
And then he says he's running toward the school, right?
Yes.
And does it give a description of what he's wearing? That's right, it's the next line under.
Which line are you referring to, sir?
I referenced he's running towards the school, right in the middle, and then right underneath it, it says he's wearing black, correct?
Correct. Correct. Yes, he's wearing black.
And he even says he's a young kid, so we know we're not looking for someone with gray hair, right?
Possibly, yes. Yes.
That's approximately. And so this is pretty detailed description of what Mr. Limones was telling the dispatcher almost 4 minutes before this shooter entered the school, right?
Correct.
And then the dispatcher said, I have officers there. I'm going to go ahead and disconnect with you, right?
Are you looking further down on the page?
Yes, sir, at the bottom of that same 11:29:05. Fourth line from the
Yes.
bottom.
Communication says they have units heading that way.
No, well,
And didn't discontinue.
didn't say heading that way. What does it say? Okay, sir. So since I have officers where?
Since I have officers there, yes.
So that the officers are already on the scene. That's what it sounds like. Fair enough?
Yes.
But there weren't officers there, right?
Not at that time.
And so the dispatcher used that excuse to get off the phone with Mr. Limones, right? I'm going to go ahead and disconnect.
I don't know that it was an excuse.
The reason, I'll say a reason, I'm sorry. The reason.
Possibly.
Well, it's not possibly. I'm going to go ahead and get off and disconnect with you because we have officers there. And that's typical when the officers arrive at the scene, now there's no longer a need for dispatch. So they say, now I'm off, and now the officer can take the descriptions you're giving me, right? You know that as standard.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
so just so the jury knows, so dispatch stays on the phone with a caller because there could be critical information that maybe other officers need before they arrive at the scene. So the dispatcher stays on the phone the entire time until officers are actually there, right?
Generally, yes.
Generally, and then they get off the phone. But officers were not there.
Correct.
So you agree that the dispatcher probably should have stayed on the phone with Mr. Limones?
Yes.
Okay. And then 5 seconds later at 11:29:10, that's when Amy Marin calls, correct?
Yes.
Now, did anybody interview Claudia Perez, who worked at the funeral home also?
I did.
Okay. And you know that Claudia Perez, during the interview, told you that the shooter squatted down between vehicles, correct?
I do recall her saying something like that.
And you also recall that Mr. Limones said that the shooter squatted down between vehicles at one point as well during his interview. He didn't say it during the 911, but during his interview.
It's been 3 years since I reviewed his interview, so I don't recall the specifics of what he said.
He testified to the jury. All I'm saying is that's consistent with what Claudia told you. Ms. Perez told you.
Okay.
Is that consistent if he said that?
If he said that, yes, that would be consistent.
But he also did that and said that in his interview. And so I want to talk, because I'm going to go down your timeline and then reconcile it with your testimony, okay? So I'm going to try to, I'll look at my notes and then I'm going to go to the timeline, so
Okay.
we'll go from there. Now, based off of what Mr. Limones said in his 911 call, that's not the information that was dispatched, correct?
Not all of it.
Well, what was dispatched? Do you remember?
Well, it was dispatched as a crash initially.
Right.
But that was as a result of Amy Marin's 911 phone call. And then around the same time, Gilbert Limones had placed his 911 phone call.
I'm saying the specifics. The specifics of what Mr. Limones notified dispatch on at 11:29:05, wearing black, shooting at the school, running towards the school, all those important critical details were not dispatched to law enforcement, correct?
Not at that particular time.
That's what I'm saying, but that's pretty important. If you would agree with this statement, right? If somebody's calling in saying, right now, there is someone shooting at a school, and they're running towards the school, and there's a description of this individual, so officers can know what to look for, that is critical, and time is of the essence in order to save lives. You agree with that, right?
Yes.
And that wasn't done. Fair statement?
Not at 11:29:05, which was the beginning of Mr. Limones' 911 phone call. Obviously, the transcription here,
Yes, sir.
to get every sentence, we don't have each second. And so it starts with the phone call. I do know that approximately 30 seconds after that, I do believe Uvalde Communications did relay information about a person with a gun.
Yeah, but not the specifics that I went over with you, right?
I remember they're saying that they're with a gun initially, and then eventually wearing black clothing.
But eventually it gets people killed, right?
It depends on the passage of time, how much time
I know that.
has passed.
Eventually can potentially get people killed, right? If you wait and eventually relay important critical information, it could get people killed in a situation like this.
It's possible depending on how much time passes by.
I understand. I'm giving you a general question. That's why I said eventually. It's possible. And so let's go back to our timeline, or your timeline. And just before we get back to the timeline, you just compared an Apple phone to the funeral home, and you just, I mean, like right now my phone says 11:45. We just assume that Apple's correct, right?
The way that Apple does their time synchronization is very accurate. That was initially the way I approached the synchronization, but I did use another synchronization method to help narrow down or tighten the time.
I'm just saying, but this is how you started with an Apple phone, and then just kind of comparing it to what you saw on cameras, right? And
At the very beginning, yes.
Sir. And so let's go back to your at 11:29:32. That's when you you notate that there's the shots fired at Gilbert Limones, correct? And Cody.
And possibly Albert Vargas.
Because he was the person that was in the residence that came out as well.
Correct.
And you say possibly because did anybody interview him?
I believe he might have been interviewed, but I do not know that.
It didn't make your timeline though.
His interview didn't.
I got it.
Or nothing about his interview.
But even before this though, the shooter had already tried to murder his grandma, right?
Correct.
And he shot his grandma in the face.
Yes.
And the person responsible for all this damage and heartache is dead. It's that same guy that tried to murder his grandma, right?
Yes.
And so back to our timeline, at 11:29:36, communication dispatches an officer, Randy Hill. Correct?
Yes.
And so he was specifically asked to go to route, right? To go to the incident. And he says, please be advised, shots fired. Right?
Yes.
Not shot fired at a school, correct?
Correct.
Not suspect wearing black.
Correct.
not suspect running towards that same school.
Correct.
Okay. And that would have been critical, you already said, right, for Officer Hill to know that information, right?
It would be important information, yes.
We're gonna get there. I might as well do it now just because I want to have context, because you testified to something specifically that I notated, and I want to talk about it, then we'll come back to the timeline. You said that, I believe you testified that Officer Hill arrived at the scene at 11:33:32. Do you recall that?
It would be approximately 11:33:16, 17.
Is that on your timeline?
That is not on the timeline.
Yeah. And that's you making, why is it not on your timeline?
After I had submitted this investigative packet, I was reviewing the Robb Channel 4 video and was able to narrow down the time that Officer Hill arrived at the intersection of Old Carrizo and Geraldine.
We'll talk about why he went to the intersection of Old Carrizo's in a second, but he didn't report in. He didn't call in when he got on the scene, right?
I don't believe he did.
Did you tell the state when you narrowed down when Officer Hill showed up at the scene? Because it's not on your critical timeline.
Yes, I did.
When did you tell the state that information?
We've been talking about it probably for we had a meeting 2 months ago.
Was that the first time you told the state this new information that's not on your timeline 2 months ago?
Officer Randy Hill was not, he wasn't, he was a person that showed up at the scene.
Yes, sir.
And I was reviewing through the Robb Channel 4 video to get a better an accuracy of when he arrived, because there were sirens that you could hear from the Robb Channel 4 surveillance video.
But you don't know that it's his sirens, right?
Well, when you see a vehicle with emergency lights flashing arrive at the intersection, and then just a few seconds later, and he's the only one, a few seconds later you see Sergeant Coronado's dash cameras show that vehicle in the intersection.
Okay, so you said a lot there because I want to break all that down. So when did you see lights arrive at that intersection?
As far as...
what video did you see that on?
Robb Channel 4.
Robb Channel 4 meaning what?
There's the Robb Elementary surveillance video, the Channel 4 camera.
And what view is that showing?
That shows the East Breezeway.
East, that's a breezeway where Coronado was running down with Arredondo, right?
Correct. Yes, it is.
Yeah, and so that breezeway, you're talking about this breezeway, right? Well, then that's not where they ran down. They ran down over here.
They actually came from this location
I'm talking about
and ran down.
when
No, there's the video camera's going to be up here.
Okay, so you're saying, well, Coronado and Arredondo ran down this way. You're saying that they parked up here?
Yes, and they also ran down this.
Yes, sir. They ran, this is the breezeway I was talking about. So you're saying, and so where was Hill parked? So Hill's dispatched to this incident, and he parks over here?
Yes.
Okay. And so on your timeline, it shows at 11:33:22 that he is standing by his car, right?
Correct.
He's not acting. Hill, he's not doing anything. He's standing by his car.
He's exiting his car. He had just arrived at that intersection.
Well, you're assuming that, right?
Oh, I know when he arrived.
Well, you weren't there.
I can see it on the Robb Channel 4
Okay,
video.
but what I'm saying is, but let's go step by step. At 11:33:22, when Coronado, because the jury's seen this, when Coronado's driving, and we'll talk about why he went around, you see him standing there. He's not exiting. There's 4 legs. It looks like there's 4 legs by his vehicle, right?
He could have been standing momentarily.
Well, that's what I was asking you initially. At 11:33:22, your timeline says that he is standing by his vehicle, right?
Correct.
Later on, what made you focus on Hill to go back and look and to correct this new information that you told the government 2 months ago?
The sounds of the sirens that were captured on the Robb Channel 4 video that was in the breezeway on the east side of the school were very loud. They were louder from that microphone than what the sounds of the sirens that would have come from Officer Mendoza's, Officer Saucedo's, and Sergeant Coronado's vehicles as they were pulling up to the intersection of South Grove and Geraldine. I was curious if I could find out where those louder sirens that were captured on the Robb Channel 4 camera, where they were coming from. And I knew that Randy Hill and Justin Mendoza had arrived at that intersection.
Okay, and you said a lot, and I want to dissect it all, right? Did you tell the government that his arrival was not on your timeline?
I don't recall us having that conversation.
But you told them that there's new information. You said, what conversation were you having about this then? What did you tell them 2 months ago? I'm really trying to get a feel for that.
Well, it's not new information because the video had been existing the entire time.
Well, this is a
They
critical.
delivered to the defense 2 years ago.
Well, hold on. Well, that's,
They've had the video for over 2
Okay,
years.
that's not an objection, let's proceed.
yeah, I mean, figure it out, I guess, right? So this is a critical event timeline. What does critical mean to you?
A critical event,
What I didn't ask that. What does it mean to you? Give me a definition, please.
a very important event.
Very important event. So everything in this timeline is important.
At the time the timeline was created, yes.
That wasn't my question. Everything in this timeline is important, just in general, right?
Objection, that's been asked and answered.
I'm not even going to respond, Judge. So everything in this timeline is important, right?
Yes,
Okay,
and
that's-
specifically at the time the timeline was created.
And so in your important timeline, you notated that Officer Hill was dispatched to an incident where he was advised shots were fired at the school, right?
Yes,
And that was at 11:29:36.
yes,
Almost 3 minutes before the shooter enters the building.
Are you talking about from 11:29:36?
To 11:32:58.
Approximately.
So it's a little bit more than 3 minutes, right? It's a little bit more than 3 minutes. I was rounding down, right?
Approximately, yes.
And so instead of going to the school, Officer Hill goes to a corner.
My understanding when I looked up
Listen to my question, please. You can answer. I'm going to let you talk. I've let you talk a lot. But my question was, after being dispatched to a school, and a school where there were shots fired, he goes to a corner. Yes or no?
he goes to a corner of 715 Old Carrizo Road.
Yes. And that's a corner.
Correct.
And he was standing at that corner.
Momentarily, yes.
Well, you know he enters through the east door at 11:54:58, right?
Yes.
So he doesn't enter the building. He's dispatched before, more than 3 minutes before this animal enters the school. But doesn't enter the building for almost 25 minutes later?
That's correct.
Let's go back to our timeline. So now we're back in our timeline, and so you looked at the scene, and we're going to go through your opinion of your animation, because that animation is just your opinion, right, based off what you looked at?
It's not my opinion. From a time perspective, it's based on the data that I observed.
Well, you know I'm going to ask you questions about where you placed the shooter at different times, right?
Correct.
Okay, so the animation is not, you're not looking at a video, superimposing the video onto your animation. You're making educated guesses. It's your opinion, right?
As far as what part of the video?
The whole thing is your opinion, based off information. I'm not saying you're making it up. It's based off your information, right?
The animation is not my opinion. I have no opinion.
Well, you can have an opinion of how close someone is, right? You had an opinion on what at versus towards is. That you had an opinion about that, right?
And you asked me my opinion.
That wasn't my question. You had an opinion about what at versus towards is, correct?
I do, yes.
Okay, so all I'm saying is you have an opinion based off what the evidence shows, right?
The animation itself was derived from the data
Based off of your opinion,
not based on my opinion.
Okay.
Based on investigative analysis.
which is based off your opinion.
Objection, asked and answered 3
No,
times.
Judge, he's being tricky, and I'm trying to ask him
We've had
specific
it to 3
questions.
times, Your Honor.
All right.
I know they don't like the answer, Judge.
I'll overrule the objection, I'll sustain the objection to the sidebar, which wasn't made, and let's proceed.
Okay. So I'm gonna ask specific questions. You can say no. You don't have to, if you wanna banter with me, I'm happy to do that too. But just say no then, okay? Is that
Okay.
fair? Okay. So this is based on, this is your rendition. The government asked you, it was your rendition. This is your rendition, the animation that we're gonna get to, right?
Yes.
Okay. So when we look at the open field and we see the shooter get out of his vehicle, because he's already shot towards or up at Mr. Limones and Mr. Briseño, correct?
And possibly Mr. Vargas.
Possibly. But you didn't review his interview, right?
I don't know that he was interviewed. I cannot recall.
He may have had important information on whether the shooter was shooting towards the school, right, and running towards the school. That would have been important. It would have been critical.
Yes,
Okay, but it's not in here.
correct.
Okay. And so while he's walking down into Robb Elementary campus, we see no spent shell casings in this open area, correct?
Correct.
What assumption can you make? What opinion can you have about that?
That he didn't fire his firearm.
And so, and then there's no casings anywhere here, correct?
Correct.
And so it is safe to say that at this point he wasn't shooting anywhere while he's walking towards this area.
Yes.
And this is, why did you give him this loop, this area here, this walkway, and then around?
When I was viewing the Hillcrest Funeral Home, specifically Channel 2 and Channel 4 camera angles, you could see the shooter walking from the crash site over to the school. Now that's not going to be his exact path. This is not a scale diagram. I'm looking for key features in the grass that were still existent on this particular Google overlay, and approximately positioned the shooter on that path.
But he could have easily just gone straight this way too, right?
It did not appear, looking at the Hillcrest video, that he went straight.
And appear means your perception.
My perception was that he didn't walk straight.
Your opinion.
It's based on analysis of it.
Your perception is your opinion, right?
In that particular case, yes.
There's no data points here. I mean, there's no casings, there's no footprints. That's what I'm saying. I'm just, that's not meant to be a difficult question. I'm just saying he could have gone this way too, right?
Correct.
Object to repetitive and badgering the witness. He's answered it 3 or 4 times, Judge.
Okay, I'll send the objection and go ahead.
Did you put in your animation that he was hiding between 2 cars?
He did walk between 2 cars.
Did you put that in your animation?
Yes.
Okay, we'll look at that. But you didn't put that he squatted down and hid between them, right?
That I could not verify if he actually squatted down and hid. I do know that he walked in between 2 vehicles.
Well, you knew that Mr. Limones said he couldn't be seen, right?
Yes.
You knew that Claudia Perez said he couldn't be seen, that he was hiding between 2 cars?
Yes.
Okay. But you decided not to put that portion because you couldn't determine it.
I put the location that he walked.
Okay.
He could have squatted down in that particular location between the cars.
Okay. You talked about some, we're going to get to that defect in the corner, because I want to go systematically. The way the government asked you questions bases the timeline, so I'm going to try to, if I jump a little bit, bear with me, I'll try to signpost where I'm going, okay? So you know where I'm at. He asked you about room 102, 104, 103, and the defects there versus the shell casings, right? Remember that? And then he talked about a defect on that wing, that E wing, room 24, I believe it was?
Yes.
Okay. You don't know how the shooter shot the weapon, right? I'm not going to belabor this issue. I'm just trying to make a point. You don't know if he held it up on his shoulder or his hip.
Not for, the only shots we could see his shooting platform was in the hallway, so no, from the outside, no, we
Yes,
did
sir.
not have anything.
And just so the jury knows, I don't know if they heard this term, what is shooting platform? So you can explain to them.
It's the positioning that you'll take when you shoot a firearm, and specifically in this case, a rifle. You can shoot it up, you can bring it down to the hip, you can assume a kneeling or a standing or a prone position.
And so outside, if somebody with bad intentions, with intent to shoot up the school, swung their gun up to shoot 102, 104, there could have been, what's an accidental discharge? What we explain to the jury what that means?
Accidentally pressing your finger on the trigger and firing an unintended shot.
Right, an unintended shot, and that means that they don't have muzzle control or trigger discipline, right?
Correct.
Okay. And mean trigger discipline, they're putting their finger on the trigger before they're intending to shoot, and they're pointing the barrel, the muzzle, in a direction that they're not intending to shoot.
Yes.
In law enforcement, it's called maybe sweeping. If I don't have muzzle control and I sweep this way, but this is my barrel, my muzzle, that's sweeping. That's poor muzzle control, correct?
Correct.
And then discipline, meaning I'm not indexing my finger, I'm inside the trigger guard, and that means there could be an accidental discharge if I'm excited.
Correct.
And so indexing means keeping your finger high and outside the trigger guard, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if somebody was shooting low from hip, low ready, but low from here, and was intending to shoot in this direction, but on the sweep, came up this way, started shooting early, that could be an explanation for that one-off defect high on that building, correct? Could be.
Which location are you referring to specifically?
The one defect that the government was talking to you about, remember that one? And that
But the shots, I'm sorry,
remember there's one defect high on this building?
yes, I remember that one. Now, the 102 shots for the cartridge casings that were there were the same amount of defects in the window.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about that. I'm saying if somebody walks up
Yes.
here intending to shoot this and going, I'm not going to go through it again, and has poor muzzle control, bad, trigger discipline, puts his finger in accident, this could be a one-off as he's trying to swing it this way to shoot this building up.
It's possible.
Possible, right?
Yes.
But if somebody was on that side of the building claiming that shooter was shooting at them multiple times, what would you expect to see on the southeast and the south side of that building? What would you expect to see?
If they were shooting at them multiple times?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Depending on how they were holding the rifle. If they were using a good shooting platform or holding the rifle properly, I would expect to see projectile defects in the structures.
Right, those defects meaning kind of marks, effects from the actual cartridge projectile coming out, right?
Correct.
Okay. And there was none, other than that one off high up, there was no other defects on those buildings that you saw?
Not that we found.
Yes, sir. Well, it's not that you didn't find them, they just weren't on the buildings, right?
Correct.
I mean, it's not like they were on the buildings, but you passed them
In
up.
those particular areas, no. Now, if the round would have gone high and over the school and landed in somebody's backyard, we weren't able to.
Yes, sir.
To know that.
Now, at some point, when you were talking about, we're going to get back to our timeline. At some point in this incident, you had talked about some of these windows had been broken out because law enforcement were helping children get out of the rooms, right?
Yes.
You're aware now that Adrian was one of those officers that was helping children get out of those buildings, right?
Yes.
That building. So let's get back to our, so the first dispatch to Officer Hall is at 11:29:36, correct? Hill, did I say Hall? I'm sorry, Hill. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. He goes to a corner and does not go to the school, correct?
Not as soon as he gets to the intersection, but he does form up with another group of officers.
Yeah, but he's not going to the gunfire, right?
It's a few seconds from what I recall from when they arrived to when they actually start making their movements towards the school.
Did it take him it took him 25 minutes to get into that school?
That's through the east door.
Did he go in another door that we don't see?
There was a group of officers that actually ran to the east side of the fourth grade building and positioned outside the east wall of the fourth grade building.
Yeah, but there's a big deal made of when Adrian got there, when Adrian went into the building, what Adrian saw, what Adrian knew, what Adrian was told, what Adrian perceived. So don't you think it's only fair that we look at what other officers saw, perceived, did, and entered? Can we do that, please?
Yes.
Okay, so that's all I was saying. He didn't enter this building for 25 plus minutes, right?
Correct.
Okay, that's all I was asking. And so we'll talk about what he was doing or not doing, but he wasn't running towards the gunfire.
He actually was with the group of officers running towards the fourth grade building. He just didn't enter.
I know, that's what I'm saying. He didn't, with their perception, running to the gunfire is going to it, right? So is your opinion to this jury that Officer Hill was running to the gunfire?
I'm not Officer Hill. I didn't speak with him. I don't know what he was running towards. I just know that he was running towards the fourth grade building with other officers.
So then it's your opinion that Adrian not only drove towards the gunfire, he also made it into the building and he ran to the gunfire too then, based off your analysis, right?
I'm sorry, you said about Mr. Gonzales, he drove to the gunfire?
Do you agree that Mr. Gonzales drove into the gunfire, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and he actually went to the gunfire because he made it into the building.
Yes, eventually, yes, he did.
Well, way more than 25, 30 minutes before Hill did, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I was asking. So at some point, And there still hasn't been an accurate communication of what Mr. Limones had told the dispatcher back when he called at 11:29:05, right? It still has not been, no one knew exactly all those details, right?
For that first dispatch?
Yes, sir,
Is that what
at
you're referring to?
11:29:05.
That's going to be Gilbert Limones' 911 phone call?
Yes, sir.
And which radio communication are you referring to?
I'm just
in
saying,
general?
nobody had that information at that point. No one had, let's be specific. Since they asked you about when Adrian showed up, Adrian parks his car at 11:31:55, correct?
Approximately.
Approximately. He didn't have the information that Mr. Limones was telling the dispatcher, correct?
At that point, so he arrived, Mr. Gonzales parked at 11:31:55, and the radio transmission came out at 11:29:36. He would, depending on how his radio was programmed, it's possible that he had access to that.
Well, 11:29, say what, 36? The dispatch was to Randy Hall.
Yes, but the way the radio systems work, other officers can hear that traffic as well.
Well, it depends how they're programmed, right?
That's true, yes.
And all I'm saying is all it said was shots fired, shots fired. That's what I was saying. Nobody knew the information that Mr. Limones was telling the dispatch. That's all I asked you initially.
Not the detail of it.
That's what I mean. So when Adrian's included in everybody, right? Nobody, right? Adrian is included in all the other officers. Can we treat him like the other officers?
Yes.
Okay. So he didn't know at 11:31:55, he did not know what Mr. Limones was reporting to dispatch.
Not the details, but he may very well have heard this radio transmission.
I understand. I'm talking about specific details, right?
I'm not Mr. Gonzales. I don't know what he heard.
Based off the radio transmission, I'm saying. The radio transmission says an accident, shots fired, essentially. That's what she dispatched Hill to go do, right?
Correct.
If I have you en route to Old Carrizo's Road, that's what she tells him to do. Have one vehicle accident, white pickup truck crashed in a ditch. I have a caller advising me, male subject has a gun. Shots fired, shots fired.
Yes.
So everybody could have heard that possibly, depending how their radio was programmed, but that's all they heard.
Possibly, yes.
But that's not all she was told.
That's not all the detail that Gilbert Limones gave.
That's what I'm saying, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So there's a disconnect there in information. But that information is critical for every one of these officers because they're going into this circumstance, right?
It is critical information, yes.
So Adrian shows up and his car at 11:31:55 is parked by that 4th grade building, right?
Kind of to the southeast of that building and just to the west of building E.
He's going to get a picture up for us, but until then, I wouldn't waste his time. Yeah, you can use your pointer.
Are you okay with that?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Roughly about that location right there.
And we'll get the actual picture. But so at some point, there's a description of there's something put out there that someone's running, that there's some suspect running, right? At some point.
I believe so, yes.
And so you know now, and during your investigation, that Adrian Gonzales was driving towards a person running.
Yes.
And so potential information he could have had is there's an accident, there's someone running towards the school, there's a gun, and there's shots fired. And Adrian Gonzales doesn't stop on a corner. He goes all the way into the school, right? Towards a person running.
Yes.
Officer Hill didn't do that, did he?
As far as when?
Well, I mean, when he first got to the scene, let's talk about both officers first getting to the scene. Mr. Gonzales, because they compared Saucedo to Gonzales, and I'm going to get there in a second. Let's compare Hill to Gonzales. They both have the same information. Gonzales drives into the scene towards someone running that he thought could have a gun. Hill stops on a corner, right? In general, basically.
Momentarily, yes.
Okay, momentarily. Okay, it's good. So can you see this over here? This is Defense Exhibit 8. And we see, I'm not sure, so Officer Hill's over here somewhere, right, at some point?
Yes.
Okay. And Adrian Gonzales is here, driving towards an individual that was running, that had a gun, shots were fired out of school. He drives all the way in here, correct?
He did drive towards that location, and there was somebody there, my understanding.
Now, it ended up not being the shooter, but we're making assessments at the time, because what we have to do is analyze, as you said earlier, each individual officer's decision-making based off what they knew at the time, right?
Yes.
What they were dealing with. And so at the time, Officer Gonzales thinks that knows, or hears, he doesn't know for sure yet, that there was an accident initially, that there was someone with a gun, there were shots fired, and there was some type of running towards or out of school, roughly.
Yes.
Okay, and he goes towards that. He's acting. Would you agree that this is a person of action?
He's driving to, I guess, what he perceives as somebody standing there, or if I recall correctly, has fallen down.
Right. But they were running first. Remember, because you have to either walk or run before you can fall, right?
Yes.
And so
well,
this,
not necessarily, but
well, if Ms. Flores said she was running, she testified to this jury, you believe that I told you that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that. And so Mr. Gonzales is acting. You believe this is action, correct?
it's action. Yes.
Okay. And so once he gets there, I noticed not in your critical timeline, there's not a place that acknowledges what Melanie Flores told this jury. And what she told this jury, just so you know, is that she was with Adrian Flores dealing with this situation for 2 to 7 minutes. That's not in your timeline, right?
When this timeline was created, it was just based upon the initial interviews, and I'm going off of what Melanie Flores' initial interview contained.
Well, she only interviewed twice, right?
I don't know for sure. I know there was something after the initial interview, but I was not a part of any of that.
She's a critical part of their indictment. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. And so you're telling me that you weren't asked to look at both of her interviews and incorporate that in this critical timeline?
I only looked at her first interview. I didn't see the second interview.
And then the first interview said, you know, basically what I'm telling you, they both collectively say this, but that she came in to interview with you guys 7 days later, right? You guys didn't go to her, she came to you.
I didn't conduct the interview.
Did you review it at all?
It would have been about 3 years ago, and I don't recall the specifics of the interview.
They're relying on her specifics, and then they have you as a witness to testify to this jury. You understand why I'm asking you specifics, right?
We had Ms. Flores come testify, Your Honor, that's what she said.
But then why put him up on the stand?
For all the
Okay,
other
neither
analysis
one are legal objections. Overruled, proceed.
Okay, so you can understand why I'm asking you specifics at least, right?
Yes.
Okay, and so I understand what your answer was, but that's not her 2 to 7 minutes with Mr. Gonzales after he drove to this dangerous situation is not incorporated in your critical timeline, right?
The unaccounted time for Mr. Gonzales would be incorporated in the timeline.
And see, that's where I'm going. See, because they want you to testify to this unaccounted time, and if this unaccounted time was told under oath to this jury of a 2 to 7 minute timeline, it's not unaccounted anymore, right?
From my perspective,
Let me ask you a question. I don't want your perspective right now. I don't mind it. If there's unaccounted time that the government wants you to testify to this jury, because they want this jury to hold Adrian Gonzales accountable for unaccounted time.
That has nothing to do with questioning the
It's the
witnesses
same.
to the fact.
So let's talk about unaccounted time. There's 2 to 7 minutes that Ms. Flores testified to this jury that she's with Adrian Gonzales at that exact scene. That's important if you're analyzing unaccounted time. Wouldn't that be something you would have wanted to know? That's all I'm asking.
I didn't have access to that particular type of information.
Oh, I know, and I'm not blaming you for it, by the way. I understand that, Ranger. I'm just saying that would have been important information for you to know if you're analyzing unaccounted time.
It would be important information, but I actually prefer not to have that information in advance, because I used my.
I want to make sure I understand you, because I don't want to misstate something. So you're here to analyze, give your opinion, of unaccounted time to this jury, and you don't want to know of potential reasons for that unaccounted time, because then it would be accounted for.
My role in this particular part was
Did you
to.
hear my question?
Objection, Your Honor.
I asked a specific question, Judge.
Let him answer the question.
Okay, I'll overrule the objection. You can answer, sir. Finish your answer.
Yeah, all I'm saying is if
Judge,
you're
I think
here,
you just said
well,
he
he
finished his answer
sustained,
and he didn't let him.
he overruled your objection, Bill.
But he said he'd let him
Yeah,
respond.
let
That means he didn't answer my question.
Okay, let's restate the question. Listen carefully, Ranger, and answer it as quickly and as specifically as you can, okay? Go ahead.
If you're analyzing unaccounted time, and there's a potential reason for that unaccounted time, 2 to 7 minutes, would that be important for you to analyze unaccounted time? That's all I was asking.
Yes, it would be important.
That's all I was asking. And so that's not in our critical timeline, but that's something that was testified to. So we have Adrian with Ms. Flores for 2 to 7 minutes, and I know that's a range, but that's her testimony, okay? And so they were asking you that it took, between the time Adrian shows up and the time that the shooter goes into the building, I thought you said it was 1 minute and 4 seconds. Do you remember saying that? Yeah.
That would be the time between when Mr. Gonzales parked to when the shooter entered through the west door, approximately 1 minute and 4 seconds.
So, where's the marker? We're going to go over that in a second. These are some times based, and then I just took them from your critical timeline, by the way, so let's just go over it really quick. 11:29:05, 911 call Limones, right?
Yes.
Okay. 11:29:36, it's not on here. Hill is dispatched to this location.
Yes.
11:32:23, we're going to get there, but I'll give you kind of a heads up. Mendoza shows up at the scene. Correct?
Yes.
11:32:29, Saucedo shows up, correct?
Yes.
11:33:32, Coronado shows up, right?
Yes.
11:32:58, shooter enters the building.
Yes.
58, I'm sorry, not 38, 58.
58, yes.
And 11:32:59, it's going to be it's going to be critical in a second. Adrian says something over the radio about maybe where possibly the shooter could be.
You want me to look it up?
Yes, sir. If you didn't look at it yet, yes, please.
Yes, I found the transmission.
Okay. So 11:31:55. Adrian parked. Correct?
Correct.
And then now you know, but you didn't know it at the time, there's a 2 to 7 minute period where Adrian is dealing with gunfire, because he can hear it too. We're going to talk about that 14 seconds later. And he's dealing with a frantic individual in front of him. Okay, right?
Yes.
Okay. And maybe you don't know this, but she testified that she's telling him south entrance, west side. I mean, there's a lot of things going on at that time, and that's understandable because she's under stress.
Objection, that's a misstatement of evidence. She never told the officer the south entrance.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, what the lawyers say in their questions, as I've told you before, is not evidence. If your recollection of the evidence you heard differs, rely on your own recollection. Proceed.
But now that you've reviewed her interviews, you know that the ranger and Mr. Gassa here, their investigator, had to correct her and said the shooter did not enter through the south building. You know that she was corrected during one of her interviews, right?
I wasn't aware of that.
You weren't aware of that? Okay, well, I will represent you, and they're not going to correct me because she was corrected, okay? So 11:31:55, and you're saying 1 minute and 4 seconds later, the shooter enters the building, right?
Yes.
So if the shooter enters at 11:32:58, that's where you're getting the 1 minute and 4 seconds, right?
Yes.
And so this is what we're really talking about. We're talking about 1 minute and 4 seconds when somebody's claiming that Adrian shows up on the scene, dealing with everything, and the shooter's in the building, right?
What about that time?
Well, he shows up to the
Correct.
scene. He's dealing with someone frantic. He hears gunshots because 14 seconds later he says, shots fired, right?
Right.
He's trying to observe and orient himself, and then maybe he's getting shot at. He doesn't know where this fire is coming from, correct?
Correct.
And 1 minute and 4 seconds later, the shooter's in the building. Right?
Yes.
And once the shooter's in the building, Adrian doesn't know when he went into the building. There's no evidence that shows that, right?
Correct.
Because he's on the southeast side, and there's no line of sight, correct?
Correct.
He had no idea that he had entered the building at 11:32:59, right?
There was some radio transmission, I believe, by Sergeant Coronado saying that he may have made it inside the building, but
That wasn't Coronado,
there was somebody that had radio transmission.
but it wasn't Coronado, right?
I can't say for certain.
But you just tried to tell the jury that it was Coronado, but it wasn't Coronado, right?
There was transmission shortly after
After
the
what?
shooter entered through the west door.
Yeah, so shortly after is 11:32:59. Will you look at your critical timeline and tell me what that is?
This is when Officer Gonzales says going to be on the west side of the school, by those vehicles. Supposed to be wearing all black, all black.
What is supposed to mean to you? So when someone says supposed to be doing something, it indicates that they didn't see, they're being told something. So supposedly this is what's happening, right?
And that's possible.
In general. And so he says supposed to be wearing black. So by the time Adrian shows up on the scene, is dealing with a frantic witness, and there's nothing, Miss Flores, I'm not criticizing her at all. She's got a lot going on. She told kids to go back inside. She's fallen. She thinks she's being shot at. She's hearing sounds. There's echoing, right? He's dealing with her. He finally gets oriented. He reports at 11:32:09, shots fired, right? That's from Adrian Gonzales.
Correct.
Okay, so he's there. He's got to get out of his vehicle. He sees a potential victim. He doesn't know. He thought it was the suspect as he drove into it because he took action. And he takes more action by getting out of his vehicle. He didn't stay in his vehicle, right?
Based on what you're telling me in his interaction with Miss Flores, yes, he didn't stay in his vehicle.
I appreciate you trusting me. I really do. But based off of your interview, based off of your investigation, you know he got out of his vehicle.
I didn't conduct an interview, but yes, he did get out of his
But you
vehicle.
did do an investigation, right?
I participated in the investigation, yes.
But that participation has a critical timeline that everybody's depending on, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so you know so that takes more action to get out of your vehicle, right?
Yes.
And then if there's shooting going on, you have a better chance or a worse chance of surviving if you get out of your vehicle?
You have a better chance if you get out of your vehicle.
Get out of the vehicle or stay in your vehicle and try to hide and not be seen to get shot?
As me being a police officer, I would not want to stay in my vehicle.
Tactically, right? You'd either get behind the engine block or you'd run.
Or find some other cover or go
I got it.
to the threat.
Right, but you don't get out of the vehicle and subject yourself maybe just to stand around and pace, right? You wouldn't be pacing back and forth.
I would not.
Okay. And so all I'm saying is he gets there, he says shots fired 14 seconds later because he hears them himself, right? And he wants to relay, part of your training is to communicate to other officers to let them know, hey, there's shots fired, heads up, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then between here and here, a minute, do you have a different color? Thank you. So from here to here is a minute and 4 seconds, right?
From the 11:31:55 to the 11:30
To 58.
59. Yeah.
58.
Yes.
Right? That's a minute and 4 seconds. At 11:32:59, Adrian, after getting information from the witness, listening, because he never saw the shooter, but he's listening to things, he's giving an approximation, he's making educated guess to notify other officers, west side of the building, west side of the...
Testifying, this is not asking a question, Your Honor.
He's relaying information, Judge, I'm just trying to...
Okay,
He's saying what...
go ahead and ask the question, please.
Okay. He transmitted, we can say transmitted, Adrian transmitted information to everybody on the radio, correct?
Yes.
And part of that transmission is he says, supposed to be wearing black, correct?
Yes.
And that was a second after the shooter had made it in the building, correct?
Yes.
And that's consistent with someone who has never seen this shooter. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that,
Yeah,
yes.
and so he obviously had no idea when this person entered the building. So he's relaying the information as soon as he's gathering it, he's relaying the information, correct?
Yes.
But the shooter's already in the building.
At that time, yes.
And the time that he shows up at the scene to the time the shooter gets into the building is 1 minute and 4 seconds, right?
Through the west door, yes.
Okay. And then once he makes it in that building, 20 seconds later, he's assaulting those children.
Objection, misstatement of the facts, Your Honor, it was 45 seconds. He testified.
Okay, let me, I'll make it real easy, Judge, if you
Well,
will.
I need to repeat it. The objection is overruled. Rely on your own recollection, ladies and gentlemen. Proceed.
Okay. Does someone have to enter a room to assault somebody with a weapon?
No.
Yeah, that's what I meant. So do you mind if I use an example, you and I are I'm shooting at you hypothetically?
Please?
Okay. If this is a door in front of you, and I'm standing outside that door, and I have a weapon, and I'll still aim down, and I'm shooting at you with this weapon through the door, am I assaulting you?
Yes.
So the assault's happened 22 seconds later, right? You can look at your timeline.
From the hallway, yes.
Yes, sir. From when he enters the building at 11:32:58, in 20 more seconds, he goes down to 112 and he starts shooting that door. 22 seconds out of it.
Do you want me to calculate that for you, or?
Wait, no, you don't need to do it for me, but do it for the jury, please.
So yes, approximately 22 seconds.
Okay, that's what I said, 22 seconds. So 22 seconds later, he walks to 112 and just starts shooting through the door, so he's assaulting those children in those rooms.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I meant. And so all of that is calculated, and so we're trying to analyze and hold Adrian responsible for 1 minute and 4 seconds plus 22 seconds, right?
There's additional time to consider.
I got it, but essentially I'm talking about when he gets into the building, which he didn't know what happened, to when he starts assaulting those children. It's 1 minute and 26 seconds.
From the time he starts shooting into the classrooms.
That's from getting into the building to shooting the classrooms, it's 1 minute and 22 seconds. I'm sorry, from when he gets there, from Adrian gets on the scene to him shooting the classrooms, it's 1 minute and 26 seconds.
To starting to shoot in the classrooms,
Right,
yes.
that's it. And this whole time, Hill is still at the corner somewhere, right?
He arrives at the scene, like I said earlier, approximately 11:33:17 is when he parks at the intersection.
That's what your opinion, that part's not in the critical time, that's your later on assessment, right?
I did observe it on a camera angle, but yes.
Did anybody ever interview Hill?
I don't recall.
Would it have been important for someone to ask Hill, why didn't you go to the school and why did you stop on a corner?
I can't answer that question. I wasn't involved in any of those interviews.
No, but I'm asking you, in your opinion, your training experience, would it have been important for us to consider why Hill went to a corner when he's dispatched at 11:29:36, 3 minutes before this person even enters the building, why he went to a corner instead of to the school? Wouldn't that have been important to ask?
It would have been an important question to ask, along with why you responded to the school and your actions around your once you actually arrived at the school.
Yes, sir. But that wasn't done by anybody. It's not your fault. That just wasn't done.
I don't know if he was not interviewed or was interviewed. I'm not sure.
That would have been important to put in here, right?
The timeline doesn't include every single event that occurred. You'd have to go to all of the investigative reports in order to get more details about those interviews.
Well, I'll represent you. We don't know why he went to that corner, okay? So.
All right, folks, let me go ahead and give you your lunch recess at this point. Take an hour, get back as quick as you can, and remember my instructions. We'll be in recess for one
Break, you had an opportunity to speak with the government, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you guys had a conversation about whatever testimony or whatever. They had some questions for you?
Did the prosecution
Yes, sir.
have
The government, the prosecution, the government.
we did talk about a couple of things.
And you and I didn't talk during the break.
Correct, we did
Okay.
not.
So getting back to our kind of trying to get back to our timeline, I think we talked about, just to kind of recap, we talked about Adrian showing up and parking. We'll talk about what the dispatch said. Shots fired, him announcing shots fired, so he hears shots and he dispatches, he radios that, correct? Adrian does.
Correct.
Okay. And then the shooter gets into the building at 11:32:58, correct?
Correct.
Adrian, 1 second later, almost simultaneously, but 1 second later, is relaying information on the radio to potentially other officers about where he may think that the shooter may be and what he may be wearing.
Correct.
But there's no evidence, because I think we all agree, that he never saw the shooter.
Correct.
And so he wouldn't have known exactly when the shooter got into the building. He wouldn't have known.
Correct.
Okay, I think that's where we're at. But we do know, and we talked about this, and I think we went over it briefly, that at 11:32:23, Officer Mendoza shows up. You put that picture up, Jason? Shows up to the corner of Groves and Geraldine.
Yes.
And that would be 58, 35 seconds roughly before the shooter enters the building.
Approximately, roughly.
Right, approximately. Excuse me, we're both doing the same thing. Okay, so, and you agree that corner of Groves and Geraldine has a different line of sight than where Adrian ended up parking.
Yes.
And when you mean by line of sight, the jury's heard this before, but just recap, it means that if somebody has view of somebody, so if I'm looking at the jury, I have view of the jury because I have line of sight of them, correct?
Yes, unobstructed view.
That's a better way. Thank you for that. Unobstructed view. The jury just came out of the jury room. When they're in the jury room, we can't see them because there's something obstructing our line of sight.
Yes.
Okay. And so Adrian at no point had line of sight of the shooter. Outside or even inside, but outside especially.
From the area where there's no visual or no video representation or evidence of where he was at, along the west wall, he would most likely, he would not have had a line of sight of the
Right.
shooter.
Yes, sir. But from the next one, that one. We look at Defense Exhibit 10, and it barely doesn't cover that corner where the three officers showed up, right?
Correct.
So Officer Mendoza shows up, Officer Salcedo shows up, and then Sergeant Coronado shows up, right? Correct. You would agree that those three officers, depending on cars and where the shooter was at specific times, has line of sight of the west side of the building.
Other than for vehicles, just like you clarified,
Yes, sir.
other than those, they would have line of sight of the west wall.
And you know at the point of through your investigation, putting the timeline together, you know that Officer Salcedo, the jury's heard this already, had a different type of weapon system, right?
I knew he had a rifle.
Right. And specifically an AR-15. Is that correct?
As far as I'm aware, yes. I never actually looked at his rifle.
Yes, sir. But having a rifle is obviously more advantageous when you're dealing with, number one, a weapon on the other side that is shooting at fast pace, but also when you're talking about distances.
A rifle is preferable.
It's a superior weapon.
Yes.
And I've asked all the Rangers, and I'll give you the answer. They all pick the rifle. If you give them the rifle or a handgun, if you had to get unfortunately into a gun battle, you want the rifle.
For longer distances, yes.
And so Salcedo had that, and then there were two other officers that still had weapons in their hands as well.
Yes.
They had sidearms. And you know now that Adrian, all he had was a sidearm because the school district the school police did not issue long rifles to their police officers.
Yes.
And so from a perspective of opportunity and ability, in general, overall, we can look at specific factors. These three officers had better opportunity and had the ability to engage a shooter that happened to be on their side?
I disagree.
You disagree? Okay, I want to make sure I understand. So you're saying that Officer Mendoza, Officer Salcedo, and Sergeant Coronado were in less of an opportunity.
But there was means and opportunity available to Mr. Gonzales.
And see what you're talking about when he was driving in.
And after he parked.
Okay, well, let's go one thing at a time, because you didn't say that on direct, but I'm happy to talk about that. So can you go back to another picture, Jason, one before? Do we have another picture? Go back to the original one then, I'm sorry. So you're saying that when Adrian was driving in, you believe that the shooter was right here and that Adrian drove right by him?
The shooter would be in that general area. And yes, Mr. Gonzales drove past him.
Okay, and so that's why you're saying that Adrian had an opportunity?
Not at that particular time.
So you're saying that Adrian didn't have an opportunity when he was driving by. That's not the time we're talking about.
There was an opportunity there, but it is possible that he was experiencing tunnel vision by focusing on Melody Flores, who was standing further up.
And it's also possible that Mr. Limones and Claudia Perez were correct and that the shooter was in between cars hiding. That's a possibility too, right?
Well, I do know he went between two cars
Mhm.
and emerged from those cars.
Well, eventually he did, obviously, because he made it in the building on the same side that these three officers were, right? I know that. I'm just saying that at some point, because you have a witness that you interviewed and then you've heard the 911 tapes and you know what Mr. Limones said, that there was a period of time where the shooter was in between cars and was unable to be seen, per Mr. Limones, correct?
May I stand up there?
Oh, please.
So there was a vehicle parked in this space and this space. The video evidence I reviewed did show the shooter come through here. And then because of the distance of the camera, the pixels start to become a little bit more pixelated. When the shooter was in this general area, approximately, he fired several rounds. The first round he fired in this parking lot from you can see from the Hillcrest Memorial Funeral Home, the gas expulsion from the rifle as it rises up, and you can actually see it move up.
But that's in any one of your reports? Is that in one of your reports?
It should be in one of my later summaries.
And the later ones, but it's not in the critical timeline, right?
The shot is in, or the sequence of shots would be in there, but that particular statement about the potential gases and smoke from the firearm.
And you're getting that from a very poor pixel view of because we've seen the funeral home videos that you've seen. You're talking about that. You're looking at the same videos that this jury has seen, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's not a direct angle. It's a very odd angle, and they're not focused on the parking lot of the school, correct?
The parking lot is captured in the angle.
But I understand that. But the purpose of the funeral home putting up their camera wasn't so they can look at the parking lot of the school, right?
I don't know what the purpose was.
Some common sense. That they're probably focused on the security of their own establishment, right?
I would say that was the most important, yes.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. They're not focused on the school. You're picking up part of the school, but they're not focused on the school, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so that's what you're talking about, because we've seen that video where the shooter is walking calmly, and then you see him just get lost in between cars.
He gets, I think you can tell that he's actually walking between these two cars, and then you lose sight. You cannot track the shooter here.
Yeah, but see, you can't track him, but you automatically start curving up this way when you can't track him, right?
I know the gunshots he fires from this general location. I can see the gas and
Shells.
smoke, not the cartridge casings, but the smoke coming from the rifle.
Okay.
And as the plume of smoke rises up, it's on.
What would be the evidence of that gas and smoke actually being there from that pixel big camera?
You can see it.
What would be the evidence of that? Let's say that there's different opinions on what you think is that smoke from that very odd angle way over here. What would be the evidence to substantiate and back that up? What would you look at?
There was nothing else there that could have caused that plume of smoke.
What evidence would you show? Would it be spent shell casings, right?
I would show the video from Hillcrest, no.
Yeah, but it's in evidence, we can look at it again, I'm just saying, but the evidence to support that, there's shell casings here, right?
They're fired cartridge casings, yes.
Right, so empty shell casings, right? They're empty? Okay. And the jury is seeing where they're at, and they're placed where they were, and you understand how firearms work, right?
Yes.
Semi-automatics?
Yes.
Whether it's a handgun or whether it's a rifle, it ejects to the right.
To the right, slightly to the back.
Okay, fair enough. But and depending on how you're holding, whether you're moving, what you're doing, there could be different factors on how far that projectile goes and where it ends up landing. But we can get an idea, correct?
Correct.
If somebody shoots a weapon, and it's assumed that I'm shooting a weapon this way, I'm not going to. The shell doesn't just go. It doesn't drop straight down.
Generally, no.
Yeah, I mean it gets trajected. It's right ejection.
Out to the right and slightly to the rear.
I understand. Yes, sir. I understand that. But I mean it's this way. It's not here. So when you follow spent shell casings, you know that you don't place the shooter where the shell casing is.
Correct.
Right. They're somewhere to the left of it.
Yes.
And depending, and there's people that have different opinions on that, whether it's 1 foot or up to 15 feet. But there's a huge range of where someone can be, right?
I wouldn't say a huge range.
Well,
It's going to be within reason.
Well, 2 to 15 feet on extreme sides.
I would say closer to 10 feet max,
Okay, in your opinion.
in my experience.
I understand, but there's other people with different experience that may say 15. So 10 to 15 at max, to be fair, and 2 to 4 to be minimal. Is that a range? Can we work with that? So if we have shell casings here, then in your opinion, 10 feet, other people's opinion could be 15, but for sure somewhere between 2 to 4, up to 15, 10 to 15 feet, the shooter is to the left.
Yes, it also depends on the surface and whether
Exactly.
the cartridge casings land in grass
Or cement.
or on concrete.
Yes, sir.
Or pavement.
Yes, sir. And we see that. There is some concrete there as well, right?
Yeah, it's some type of a mixture.
All I'm saying is there's a lot of factors is my point.
Yes.
Okay. And so that's what you're talking about, the opportunity, right? You're talking about seeing it. So I want to make sure I'm understanding this. You're saying that Adrian over here, I'm trying to recreate this. So Adrian over here, behind the building, parked over there, would see this puff of smoke, maybe, and could say, that's someone shooting, so I have a better opportunity than Sergeant Coronado, Officer Mendoza, and Officer Saucedo that have line of sight of this guy. I want to make sure I understand you. That's what you're telling this jury?
Can I clarify something?
Absolutely, sure.
So the plume, can I stand up here?
You may.
So the plume of smoke that I observed on the surveillance camera around here were going to be with the first shot that the shooter fired when he arrived here. Adrian,
Say that one more time, I'm sorry.
so the plume of smoke that I saw in this general area, that would be associated with close to probably the first shot that the shooter fired here, and Mr. Gonzales had not driven by him yet.
But you're saying probably, right? You're saying, so let's, can I go by what can we just take your fact as the probably that may be true?
What are you referring to with probably?
You said probably, I'm not saying that.
No, the plume of smoke right here that is associated most likely with the first shot.
Most likely is a probably, right?
Well, the plume of smoke is noticeable right after the shooter fires his first shot from this area.
But you can't say for sure what that is, right? You're just saying it can be associated.
I can't tell you for certain
Yes, sir.
that it's going to be the gases expelling from his rifle. However, there's nothing else here that would cause that same
And
buildup.
from your investigation, where was Mr. Gonzales when that happened?
At this point, he had not even arrived yet.
So you're surely not telling this jury that you want to hold him accountable for a shot that he didn't see, right?
I never did.
Well, but remember, you can have a seat now if you don't mind. But remember my first question before we went through this exercise, I said, who had the better opportunity and ability? And I said, these 3 officers with line of sight and with the long rifle had a better, and you said, I disagree, and I asked you, what did you mean? And we've just gone through this exercise right now.
Can I explain myself?
Sure you can.
Can I stand back up there? So when these shots were fired right here, Mr. Gonzales had not arrived. The 3 officers at the intersection had not arrived. Mr. Gonzales had driven past and had parked up here. The 14 seconds that past. He gets out, when he gets on the radio and it says shots fired, he is now clarified.
You heard something.
He understands that shots are being fired because he put it out over the radio.
But can I stop you there so we can go step by step? But before that, it was dispatched that there were shots fired, right?
Dispatch did say that.
Okay, so I mean, he just finally heard them himself, and now he's saying, I'm at location and I'm hearing shots fired, and they're trained to report what they hear, see, perceive. That's part of your observation, so he's doing what his training tells him to do, right?
So he perceives and hears shots being fired and then gets on the radio and broadcasts that.
I don't think that's contested. I think that you look, so, hey, but you're saying that shows that he has a better opportunity than people that saw the shooter?
So at this point, once he's here and once the shots along 102 and in 104, once those shots start happening, these officers haven't arrived yet.
Okay.
They're not in a position, they don't have the opportunity.
Okay.
Here, a possible opportunity is, because you have cover on this building, in this area right here, even with a handgun, an officer can come down here to gather additional information, and this is the opportunity that was available to the first officer, Mr. Gonzales.
For 22 seconds before Mendoza showed up, right?
Well, the two opportunities are independent.
Well,
of one another.
let's go one thing at a time. So, so you're saying that you believe that Mr. Gonzales, Adrian, had a better opportunity or a different opportunity than because shots were fired, and although he didn't see it, he heard them, right?
He acknowledged he did, yes.
Well, sure. Is there a special class in either TCO training, Texas Commission on Law Enforcement? Every officer in Texas has a TCO license, correct?
Yes.
Anything in the academy of the Texas Rangers that distinguishes shots fired and say, where'd that happen? That's on the northwest side. I didn't have to see it because I can tell. That's on the southeast side. Is there special training to get your ears to be able to tell not just where shots are fired, but then when there's echoing involved? Because you know about echoing, right?
I do.
Okay. So is there special training for that?
There's firearms experience that we have, but no
That wasn't
special
my
training.
Yeah, so there's no special training. Is there a special type of ear, a gift from God, that gives somebody that special ability to tell, can you do this? Can you do what you're expecting Adrian to do?
Not that I'm aware of.
So you can't do something that you expect this jury to hold Adrian responsible for. Is that a fair statement?
Are we talking about what I would possibly do?
Well, I'm happy to talk to you about that, but I know you didn't come to testify about that. I asked you something specific about your ability, about your ears. You're trying to hold Adrian, it seems like, responsible for something that you've admitted to this jury that you can't do.
No, I can hear shots.
I know that, but do you know where they're coming from?
I'm going to find them.
That's not what my question was. I mean, because when you hear a shot, you're admitting that you don't know where they're from, right? So you're saying that there should be
No.
something you can
I'm not admitting I don't know where they're from. I have to hear the shots in order to be able to make that determination.
So I want to make sure that jury understands you, because I'm not sure I do. So you're telling this jury that you can be somewhere, forget about the stress factors, they're called human factors, right?
Right.
Let's just set aside human factors for a second. That you can be in a situation and someone can shoot a shot and can put a blindfold on you to make sure to test your abilities. Bah, bah, and you can say, that is on the northwest side of me. You're saying you can do that?
I have to hear the shot in order to be able to
But you
make
should
that
know if you can do
determination.
this or not. Can you do that?
I can, there have been many times where I have been able to accurately find the location of where shots were coming from.
So you heard a shot and you knew where it was coming from. You heard a shot and you said, that's on the northwest side of me. That's on the southeast side of me. You did that? You've done that before?
I have, yes.
How many times?
I would say a handful of times in my career.
And have you done it with echoing off a building? I don't know if anybody believes you. With all
Objection to
respect.
sidebar comment.
I'll move on.
Sustain.
He's right. I sustain myself, Judge. You're right. And so you're telling this jury that you have that ability.
An objection is repetitive now, Your Honor. That's-
Let me finish my question first.
All right, finish the question.
Thank you, Judge. So you have that ability.
It's on a fired shot by fired shot basis.
Okay, fair
Yes,
enough.
I have been able to accurately determine where shots were originated.
Now let's take it a step further. Have you used this unique ability to tell where shots are coming from once they echo off buildings? That's the second side. That's part of my question.
I have heard echo from shots, yes.
Okay, I understand. So have I. A lot of people have. But now we're taking it a step further. We're testing your ability. So you're saying you can hear shots, know where they're coming from. You said you can do that. Amazing. And number two, now you're saying
that you can hear shots echoing off a building and you can still tell where they're coming from. That's what you're saying?
I can't comment on that unless I hear the actual shot.
I'm asking if you've done that before. Have you done that before? Have you heard shots echoing off a building and being able to determine where they're coming from? Have you done that before? Yes or no?
The shots echoing off the building from the shots striking the building or the sound echo?
The sound, sir. Or both. Because there's an echo, right? When shots are fired near a building or at a building or around a building, there's an echoing effect, right?
If you're outside and there's no hearing issues or no major obstructions, when there's an echo present, in my experience, the first shot's always been the loudest, and then the echo is more muffled.
That wasn't my question, but I understand that. My question was, you have heard shots fired around buildings or at buildings, and even though the shot makes an echoing off that building, you have the ability to tell where it's coming from. That's my question.
I have accurately determined the location of fired rounds with echoes involved.
You're the first. That's amazing. Okay. And so that's what you're saying now. You're saying that 23 seconds before Mendoza shows up, and then 2 seconds later, Salcedo shows up with the long rifle, and then 3 seconds later, Coronado shows up. You're saying this 20-something seconds when Adrian gets there is dealing with a frantic person, hears shots fired. He doesn't have your special ability, so he radios it in and says, shots fired. And you're saying that's the opportunity that you say he could have had to know where this shooter is at? Is that what you're saying?
He had approximately 50 seconds from the time he parked to the time the shooter entered the west door.
That wasn't my question, though, because you were making a distinction between the time before Mendoza shows up, because that 50 seconds includes these 3 guys over here with long rifle, right?
The portion of it does, yes.
Yeah, so you were talking about this portion when Adrian was by himself, right?
Not in that area where he was parked.
Okay. Remember my first question. And I thought it was simple. I was saying Coronado, Saucedo, and Mendoza here had a better opportunity and more ability to engage, distract, deter, stop the shooter than Adrian Gonzales did without line of sight. And you said, no, I disagree. So now we've been doing this back and forth, correct?
The reason I disagree is because before Mendoza, Saucedo, and Coronado can't take action if they're not there.
I know, and that's why I was talking about this 23 seconds, and now you're going to 50 seconds.
Well, because they're too independent.
I understand that. Do you understand my questions?
Do you understand my answer?
I've asked you questions first. Do you understand my
Do
questions?
you understand your
Okay.
question?
And my original question, let's start again. We can start again. I'm going to start again. Coronado, Mendoza, and Saucedo being here with line of sight with 3 officers on the same side as the shooter. You're saying do not have a better opportunity or ability than Adrian Gonzales that never had line of sight, did not have a long rifle, was dealing with a frantic person, a witness, maybe a victim he didn't know at first. You're saying if he had a better opportunity than them?
Objection repetitive, Your Honor. We've gone through this 3 or 4 times.
Judge.
Okay, you can answer, and then we're going to move on. Yes or no?
Yes or no?
Rephrase your question.
Just answer the question and we'll move forward, okay? Coronado, Saucedo, and Mendoza. On the same side as the shooter. The shooter's on the west side, right?
Yes, right.
Same side, with line of sight possibilities, with a long rifle. Do they have a better opportunity and ability than Adrian Gonzales?
No.
They do not. Okay. So, with that being said, I mean, I think that says everything, but if that being said, so you're saying, so these guys here, he's shooting at the building, and there's an echoing. Do you believe that there was an echoing going on?
Yes, for some shots, yes.
Okay. And they believe that they were undertaking fire, right? They believe they were.
Yes.
And you would agree that there's no defects behind them,
Yes, correct.
and there's no defects on their vehicles.
Correct.
There's no defects from skipping on the pavement, right? Because they can show some defects on the pavement, correct?
Correct. We did not locate.
Nowhere. And there's houses behind them, right?
Yes.
And there's a funeral home over here.
Yes.
And those are structures that would, because bullets don't just disappear. If they leave a weapon, a firearm, they have to end up somewhere, right?
Yes.
And so there's zero objective evidence that these three individuals are being fired upon, right?
Zero objective that they were not being fired at?
There's zero objective evidence. Objective meaning that it doesn't matter about what you're feeling or you're perceiving. There's zero objective evidence that they were receiving fire, gunfire, over here.
I would prefer to use there's no direct evidence to suggest that they were receiving.
Well, that's what I mean by objective. But, okay, objective, direct evidence. There's no direct evidence they're receiving gunfire, right? But they perceived like they were. Do you need me? They perceived like they were, right?
Yes.
Okay. Let me represent to you, and maybe you know through your investigation, that Saucedo told Coronado, "I think I see him. Can I take a shot? I'm gonna take fire. I'm gonna take a shot at him." You knew that.
I did.
Okay. And so that we know now, we knew then, we've known the whole time, that Saucedo saw the shooter.
According to his interview, it appeared as if he saw the shooter.
Right. And matter of fact, he asked to shoot this shooter, but you know through your training that an officer doesn't have to ask for permission if they feel like they have the need and the fact scenario that gives them the authority to shoot, right?
Legally, according to Chapter 9 of Texas Penal Code, no, they don't. And departmental policies may...
Your Honor, I'm having trouble hearing the witness's answers. If Mr. Hood could sit down when he asks the question. I'm sorry, I'm just having trouble hearing.
You can probably pull that microphone. If you're talking that way or looking at that diagram, just pull it down.
Where does the government want me to sit to ask my question, Judge? I'll sit there. Where you guys
Well,
want
I
me to
mean,
sit?
the local rules are questions are asked from the council table unless you're utilizing a diagram or
Well, I was about to, but I understand that I'm making them uncomfortable, so I'll go over here.
Whatever.
And I haven't objected to the sidebar.
Well,
comment,
you can
Your
object all
Honor.
you
I was
want.
just asking-
I'll sustain the objection to both, to the sidebar, and let's get a witness question on the table,
We're
please.
trying to. So what, make sure you speak into the microphone for them. And so we know that Saucedo asked for permission, and you mentioned Chapter 9. You're specifically talking about 931 and 933, right?
Yes.
Of the Texas Penal Code. Self-defense and then defense of third person.
And the deadly force.
And use of deadly force. Yes, let me get there. Proportionate use of deadly force, right? And so under 931, 933, and in the whole chapter, you don't ask for permission if the situation, if you have a reasonable belief of apparent danger and is imminent, then you can use force proportional to what you feel that you're receiving. Right?
Technically, yes.
Well, it's legally, it's not technically. Legally, that's the fact. That's the state. That's the standard, right?
Legally, yes, but departmental policies may be different.
I understand, but let's talk about the law, because every department's different,
Correct.
right? And you know, Sergeant Coronado thought that was ridiculous for him to be asking for permission to use force if it was necessary. You knew that, right?
I was not aware of that.
Okay, well, he testified to that. And so you have Officer Saucedo that had the opportunity because he saw the shooter, had the ability because he had a long rifle, but he didn't take it, right?
Correct. He had opportunity and did not take the shot.
And ability meaning he had a long rifle. I mean, that's different than a handgun.
It is different, yes, correct.
And so having opportunity and ability, he could have distracted, deterred, and stopped, denied the shooter entrance into the west side of that building, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And we're still dealing with Adrian on the other side, dealing with a frantic person that could have been a victim or not, was a witness, hearing shots, calling them in, right? Calling them in at right here at 11:32:09, right?
Yes.
Repetitive again, Your Honor. About the fourth time.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Give me a list of questions you want me to ask him.
Which ones?
Which ones? What do you want me to ask him?
Pass the witness.
No. Not a chance. Not a chance, brother. Not a chance. I know it's hurting you. And so So that we have that at 11. So then at 11:32:58, we've talked about now that the shooter is inside the building. Now let's talk about what everybody does once the shooter makes it in the building. Okay, I want to direct your attention to that.
Okay.
So we have the fact that the shooter enters the building. Now Adrian doesn't know he entered the building, correct? We know that now.
It's possible, yes, he doesn't know.
Right, and we have direct evidence to show and to show that he doesn't know. But so Adrian doesn't know he enters the building, but those three officers do know he entered the building.
I don't know that for a fact.
Well, they interviewed, right? Saucedo and Mendoza and Coronado, they all interviewed. You know that.
I know, yes.
Okay. And they all said that they saw him enter the building, but they thought he was going to run through the building.
I'm going to object to that. That's a misstatement of the facts, Your Honor.
Well, he can say no then.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, rely on your own recollection of the evidence. Proceed.
Well, you reviewed their interviews, right?
3 years ago, I reviewed their interviews. I don't recall the specifics.
You're here to testify in front of this jury. We're talking about your critical timeline, and so the last time you reviewed them was 3 years ago?
When I created more so the synchronization products, that's based on the video and audio evidence extracted from those files.
But you're part of the investigative team, right?
I had a part in the investigation, yes.
But you know that Mendoza and Saucedo and Coronado interviewed, right?
I do know that they interviewed, yes.
And they believed that this shooter was going to run through the building.
I don't recall what they said in their interview.
They knew that he made it in the building, though.
There was radio traffic shortly after the shooter made it into the building that said, "I think he made it in the building, guys."
Yeah, and that wasn't Adrian that said that?
It was not.
Okay. And at the time that radio said, I think the shooter made it in the building, there was a gunfire right after that, right? At the same time. Look at your timeline, please.
Correct.
So at the time that somebody, not Adrian, said, "I think he made it in the building," and you know that was Coronado, right?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach? So at the time that the shooter makes it in the building, Coronado says at some point, right after, "I think he made it in the building."
It's after Coronado had already gotten back into his vehicle and was driving down to the other intersection.
Yes, sir. And so as that's happening, even though there's knowledge that this shooter made it into the building, these three officers do not pursue the shooter.
They all three relocate to the other intersection,
They do not pursue the shooter.
not through the west door.
Right. And the shooter entered the west door.
Yes.
And at this time, Adrian is still over here and has not seen the shooter. He doesn't know he entered the west door.
I don't know what he knew at that time. I can only tell you what video and audio information tells us.
But there's no evidence to suggest that where he was located. There's no evidence that he saw and knew that he entered the building, right?
I have not seen any evidence.
But what you do know is these people know that he made it in the building. But instead of pursuing this shooter that is shot at the school and is now in the school, they relocate to the other side, right?
I don't know that they knew he made it into the fourth grade district.
So, you understand? He is shooting up the west side of the building, right?
Yes.
One of the three says, "I think he made it in the building," right?
That's after they had started to relocate.
But does your investigation indicate where they thought he went?
That particular radio traffic was Sergeant Coronado saying, "I think he made it into the building, guys."
I know, but I agree with that part. But is there any part of your investigation that indicates what these three officers, where did they think he went? I mean, he didn't just disappear, right?
I would not think that they would have thought he just disappeared.
Right. There's a man shooting at a school, and then one of the three knows he made it in the school, and everybody drives off and relocates.
Can we look at the other diagram that has which vehicle
Which one?
locations?
Which one? I'll look at whichever one you want to. Which one? Come pick it up. Let me get you an easel. Look at the next one. The one over there. Hold on, right here. Where do you want to put it?
Wherever you want to, it's fine.
Is this the one?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, sir. Of course.
Can you hear me okay? So, on the day of the shooting, these parking spaces were occupied. These parking spaces were occupied. Depending on what obstructions they had here and how they were positioned, they were kind of kneeling down, at least what we saw from Coronado's dash cam. There are obstructions between their line of sight and the west door. So it is possible that they could not see or did not see the shooter enter through the west door.
And what do you think they thought? What does your investigation show? Because they know that there's a shooter shooting this portion, sorry Bill, shooting at this side of the building, right? And then one of the three thinks he made it in. What does your investigation or the Rangers' investigation show? Where did they think he went? Where did they think he went?
I don't know what they thought.
Okay, but nobody asked him?
I'm sure one of the interviewers did.
And do you remember them saying they knew he went in, but they thought he was going to run through the building?
I do recall hearing at one point about numerous bailouts that occurred in that area, and that sometimes they would be concerned about the money through the fourth grade building, but I'm not sure who said that.
I understand, but there's some evidence, and maybe somebody else can test, maybe they'll call them, but maybe there's some evidence, there's evidence that they thought he was going to run through the building, right?
I can't attest to that.
Okay.
I don't recall.
But regardless, we know that these three, because it's in your animation, these three blue things that are supposed to be the cop cars, instead of going to the west side door, they do this at different times, and they drive all the way around, correct?
Correct. Sergeant Coronado, when he was, and I'm having to approximate this, somewhere in this area is when he gets on his radio and says, I think he made it into the building, guys.
And then instead of going to the building, these two relocate also.
They all three, with Sergeant Coronado leading, follow and drive up here and take up different positions in that area.
And so there had been shooting already by that time?
Yes,
And so they didn't go to the shooting.
they actually went in the direction of it.
Well, so I guess all of this, so if they would have gone this way, that would have been in the direction also, right?
Well, the shooting is taking place here, and they are relocating from here to here, so it's in the general direction.
No, the shooting specifically is happening here, leading up to a door. So you're saying that this is in the direction of the shooting?
Well, if you recall, I said earlier, with these obstructions, I can't say, and I haven't read anything to say if they actually saw the shooter go in the west door.
Okay, well, that's fine, yes, sir. But you still believe the position is that Adrian had a better opportunity than these three guys, right?
Objection, that's an answer, Your Honor. Sustained.
Sustained. Now, as Coronado, we saw the video, but as Sergeant Coronado's relocating, we see him passing Hill, Officer Hill.
Yes.
And I anticipate the government asking you that Officer Hill was dispatched to a certain location, right?
Yes.
And you talked to him about that on break?
Yes.
So they kind of anticipated this line of questioning. They said, well, where was he located? So you guys discussed where Hill was dispatched to, right?
No, I already knew where he was dispatched to. I just didn't.
But they wanted to talk about that with you. Correct? You can answer. There's no attorney-client privilege here.
We did talk about that, yes.
Okay. So can we go to 11/29/36 in your timeline?
Okay.
So that's Hill specifically was dispatched to 715 Old Carrizo's Road, right?
Yes.
Had one vehicle accident. Was there a vehicle accident at that location?
No.
But that's the same transmission that every officer heard, right?
It was broadcast.
So what I'm saying is, so whoever had the right station set would have heard the same thing.
And was listening to the radio.
Right. And so Adrian didn't get something different. He got the same broadcast, if you heard it, as Officer Hill.
Possibly, yes.
But instead of going to a corner and standing there, Adrian drives onto the campus, right? With the same dispatch information.
He does. He came from the opposite direction.
He goes into it and he hears shots fired, be advised, shots fired, right?
That was broadcasted.
Yeah,
So, and then he relays the shots fired.
No, I know that, but I'm going off your critical timeline here. So that was, Adrian heard the same thing as Officer Hill did, right?
Which time are you still looking at 11:29:36?
I haven't moved from 11:29:36, sir. Yes, sir.
I don't know if Mr. Gonzales heard that transmission. I can only say that it was broadcast by dispatch.
Well, he drove, objectively, we know that he obviously drove 2 shots fired, or what he thought were shots fired.
That or a crash.
Was there a crash at the school on the southeast side of Robb Elementary?
He drove by the crash.
That wasn't my question. Was there a crash on the southeast side of Robb Elementary all the way where Adrian drove?
No.
But he still went there?
Yes.
Because he was going to the shots fired. So if you're testifying that you can't say for sure if Adrian heard this, right?
I don't know.
So then other broadcasts that they ask you about, you can't tell this jury if Adrian heard that either.
I don't, correct, I can't. Only if somebody acknowledges can you get confirmation that they heard the radio transmission.
I understand. But we do know that we can see, because the jury's seen this, Coronado, when we see Officer Hill staying there, and I won't go over that again because we've talked about that, and then we know when he eventually, 25 minutes later, makes it into the building. And then Coronado parks his car, right? Now, all this time, because in your animation, and look, it sounds horrible. It bothered all of us to hear it, because you hear the shots, and you're trying to use your opinions of putting the best thing together the way, with limited information. But that doesn't take into account Miss Flores being with Adrian, right? Because that's not in your calculation.
Correct.
Yeah. And it's not that part's not your fault because you didn't know, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so but at that time, he's still dealing with that. And then we see Officer Coronado coming around. Have you reviewed body cam from Mendoza?
Which Mendoza?
Good question. There's Justin and there's Jesus, right?
Correct.
Jesus Mendoza.
I have.
And is that anywhere in our reports that we can review?
It would be in the large drive of files that we turned over.
And so Mendoza's, in your thinking, Mendoza's body cam starts at exactly the same time as Coronado's body cam, correct? 11:35:10.
I don't recall when Jesus Mendoza's body camera starts. I'd have to look it up, but I know Coronado's started at 11:35:10.
Can you verify? Because Mendoza starts at 11:35:10, but I want you to check my homework.
And on that, I might have to actually look at the video to confirm the start time of it.
Okay, but if it started at 11:35:10, exactly at the same moment as Coronado's, would that how do you recall how that could happen? How 2 officers in completely different locations start their body cams at exactly the same second? Do you have any explanation for that?
Coincidence?
Okay. Because we don't have any body cam from that corner, do we?
Which corner?
Good question. The one of Groves and Geraldine, where those 3 officers were there when they had line of sight?
Correct, we do not.
And that would have helped us because then we could have potentially heard from their body cam Mr. Limones and anybody from the funeral home yelling instructions, he's in the building, if they were saying things like that, right?
Yes.
I believe the government asked you that hearing, and we went over this exercise, hearing shots fired tells LE, tell law enforcement to act and go to the gunman, right? If you hear shots,
Correct, to go to the shots.
right? But like my follow-up question is, you have to know where the shooter is to go to a shooter, right?
Or have a general idea of the direction from which shots are coming.
And Randy Hill didn't do that, correct? Immediately?
I think by the time Randy Hill arrived, the shooter was inside the building.
But there was there was a lot of shots. I mean, how many shots do you think happened? 160 something?
Total,
Yes, sir.
before breach?
Yes, sir.
There were 162, not including the shots
Yeah.
at breach time.
And you're not saying that all those were before Randy Hill showed up, are you?
Correct,
And all those didn't happen before Coronado showed up at that corner, correct?
correct,
And they didn't happen before Mendoza or Salcedo showed up, right?
correct.
Matter of fact, how many shots had happened inside the building by the time Coronado, Mendoza, and Salcedo had line of sight? How many shots had occurred inside the building while they were on that corner?
I'm sorry, give me the beginning time and the end time again.
So how many shots, just to give you a framework, how many shots had that shooter shot inside the building in room 111 and 112 when Coronado, Mendoza, and Salcedo were at the corner with line of sight? How many shots had happened inside the building yet by that time?
You'll have to give me the start and the end time, because I'm gonna have to calculate it up manually.
Well, can you look at, I mean, let's just do some thinking. So look at your critical time. When Mendoza, Salcedo, and Coronado were at the corner,
Correct.
had any shooting happened inside?
At that point, no.
That was my point. 0 shots had happened in room 111 and room 12 when those 3 officers were at the corner with line of sight, right?
Correct.
Now I want to direct your attention to your animation. So you said, I think on direct examination, if I heard you wrong, please, I'll take it off my notes. You said Adrian called for cover at 11:34:28. Do you remember saying that?
I've got to double check that. What was the time that you said?
I wrote down, you testified 11:34:28.
Correct, at 11:24:28, Mr. Gonzalez said, somebody can give me a cover unit over here.
That's 11:34:28?
Yes.
Where is that on the critical timeline?
It's not on this version of the criminal timeline.
Is there another version that I don't know about?
No.
So why isn't it on this version?
It was a time I created a spreadsheet of all of the radio traffic that with the times adjusted. And that particular file that contained that communication by Mr. Gonzalez was noted on that spreadsheet.
Can I look at that spreadsheet, or is there a way for me to look at it? How can I?
I have it right here.
Did you give it to the government?
Yes, it's included in the,
When did you give that information to the government?
that would have been turned over, I believe, September of 2024.
2024?
Or, I believe, 2024, yeah.
Let's keep going then. We've got a lot to go through, so I want to make sure. I want to talk about your animation. So I guess what I wanted to say about the animation is that's you putting together your rendition of what happened, right?
It
Based
was
off evidence.
all based upon
Right.
video and audio and photographic evidence.
And is it fair to say that it still is limited by the same way this was limited, correct?
There are limitations with it, yes.
And I wasn't being disrespectful earlier when I said that's your opinion, meaning you're doing the best you can to put things together based off analysis, your training, information that you may or may not have at the time. That's all I meant to say. That's why I said it's your opinion, your rendition.
I put it together based on verifiable video and audio evidence because I wanted to project the most unbiased view of the event. My ultimate objective was to tell the truth of what happened as accurately and as completely as possible.
Okay, can we show it again without the sound? Can we do that? Just because there's family members in here, we're gonna, with your permission, can we watch it without the sound?
Yes.
Is that okay, Bill?
Yeah. I think he knows how to do it. Yeah.
They can do it. Yeah, they're gonna do it. Do you mind if I ask you when to stop? Sure. Thank you. We can play. And this is the sync time that you use for the critical timeline, correct?
Yes.
This should link up.
Within a second because of the millisecond.
And so as we're asking for him to bring down here, he's already shot his gravity shot, right?
Yes.
Right. Now we're going to see Mr. Juanes and Mr. Briseño come out and come to the funeral home,
Yes.
but Claudia Perez is still back at the funeral home.
Yes.
That's the young lady that you interviewed.
Yes.
Okay. Now at 11:29:30 is when dispatch puts out Randy Hill that there's been an accident and then and then shots fired. Is that correct?
Yes.
Because Mr. Limones is actually on 911 when he's walking out there.
Yes.
This is the resident. So real time, he's telling them, shot, being shot, being shot. And then at 36 is when there's a dispatch. Right there, right?
Yes.
Roughly. But then in the same call, he's talking about running towards the school, wearing black, shooting at the school. That's all in the same 911 call, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you guys stop it at 11:30:58 the best you can, please? Pause. Thank you. So by this time, there's been a dispatch to Randy Hill that shots have been fired, but Limones, Mr. Limones has been saying it's towards the school, running towards the school, wearing black, right? I want to make sure we have context where we're at.
Yes, and there's a simultaneous 911 call from
Angel Medellin, correct. And there's another person in the same room. It's very interesting there that they have people just answering phones and dispatching at the same time, right?
Right.
Now, in just 2 minutes, the shooter makes it in the building. In 2 minutes from here, he's in the building. So this is very quickly.
Yes.
Okay. If you can keep playing, please. Pause, please. And so, and this is where we kind of can quibble back and forth with each other, but whether this little curve happened or whether it was straight, you're just doing the best you can to make an estimate of where you think is happening because there's no direct video of this area.
So where he turned to go down until he gets to,
Oh, sure.
from the point where he turns to go down until he gets to this point, it's a point to point. I noted the time when he was roughly in this area and the time when he roughly gets to that area, and so this animation draws out at an average pace.
But there's no way to objectively for sure verify that he was there versus here. I mean, there's no gun shells, there's no footprints, right?
Not through that, but we do have certain features that are observable from this video.
The same video that the jury has seen from the funeral home, right? That angle.
There are a couple of angles, but yes.
It's the same one. And, continue, please, guys. Pause, please. Okay, so you're saying that you believe he was standing exactly right there, and Adrian, because of tunnel vision, drove right by him. Based off what you're saying.
That's a strong
Possibility. Fair enough. Continue, please. Pause, please. Now you're aware that where you put the X's, where you put the shooter was, the shooter was, that's where the shells were found, right? They're not found further up. They're found on this, because the reason why the pictures that the jury has seen, it's in evidence, we see the grass line versus the pavement, the parking lot. We have the pictures. So that's where the shells were, right?
I made the X large enough to encompass the area where the general area where the cartridge casings were, and any other general area where the origin of those fired cartridge casings could be.
But remember,
But X just denotes that shots were fired in that general location.
well, but literally the X denotes where the shells were found, and that's what the really X denotes, right?
And possibly where the shots originated from.
Well, we went through this exercise, right? Where shells are, that means the shooter is not where the shells are, right?
Correct.
Okay, and so we talked about this, went back and forth, so we're gonna give some ranges. On the low side, 2 to 4 feet. On the high side, 10 to 15 feet. You say 10, others say 15. 15, anywhere between 15, 4 to 10 to 15 feet to the left, where a shooter would be if there's shell casings right here, right? I'm giving the range.
Can I stay right there?
Sure.
So the fired cartridge casings for this in particular were located in this area. So I to place the X in the approximate general location to the left and slightly forward of where the origin of the rifle that fired those shots would possibly have been.
But just to be clear, the shells were found here.
They were actually found slightly over to the right.
The jury has the pictures. Okay, and so all I'm saying is if the shells are here, we have the pictures, then somebody who shot those shells typically would be 4 to 10 to 15 feet to the left of it.
I would say between 4 to 10 feet.
But others would say 4 to 15 feet.
Not others.
I understand that. So you say 10, so it could be 10 feet, but it would not be here, the shooter, right? If it was 10 feet.
I'm sorry, say that again?
If it was 10 feet, using your numbers, if it was 10 feet, it would not be here, because this is where the shells were.
May I stand up here?
Yes, sir.
So if you take into account here and you start to draw the feet back, it could be anywhere in this general area.
Okay. Okay. But Adrian drives by, and we have Mr. Limones and Ms. Claudia Perez that say that at some point this shooter was between cars, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so, and then this is where Mr. Gonzales, where Adrian sees Ms. Flores, and then they're here. And then we've gone through the timelines of what's, I want to make sure that we have that. So there's no indication that the shooter came out here and shot, right?
There was no evidence.
No evidence of that. And because there's these big AC units right here surrounded by a chain link fence.
Yes.
And it's a chain link fence that you can see through.
Depending on where you're standing.
Well, I mean,
Only because of the AC units blocking the vision.
aside from the AC units, the fence is not going to obstruct your view much.
Correct.
That's what I'm saying. And so somebody could be standing here, but somebody could perceive them standing further to the left, right? I mean, that's perception, stress, all that stuff.
I can't say what somebody could perceive.
But you understand, we talked about human factors, you understand perception distortion?
Perception distortion, can you define
Well,
that?
we understand when you consume, condense, thank you. Time condensation, you can condense time, that's something that happens under stress?
It is possible that a person could lose track of time.
And so what perception distortion is you lose track of what perception and what reality is because you perceive it something else. You perceive that it's something else. That's all.
It's possible there could be some slight changes.
Okay. That's all I'm saying. There's auditory exclusion. You did a good job explaining that for the jury. Auditory exclusion. Right?
Yes.
Tunnel vision. And so as we go back up here, if you can play it, please. There are a number of rounds shot into the building, correct?
Yes.
If you can pause, and you've paused, Adrian, I'll pause at his vehicle here at some point.
He's placed outside the vehicle, however, not exactly.
I understand, but that's why I was asking you earlier about Ms. Flores, because that 2 to 7 minutes would be important for you to make this assessment about what he was or wasn't doing during this time, correct?
Correct.
Okay, continue, please. And that's Officer Mendoza. Pause, please. And so we have Officer Mendoza, and so this it's a little bit. So this passed it, but so this 3 seconds roughly. Mendoza, 9 age, roughly.
Approximately.
Approximately. And then we have Saucedo, and Saucedo with the farm. Now the jury has seen the dashboard because you've seen Coronado's dashboard, correct?
Yes.
And the dashboard is different than body cam. Dashboard is on your dashboard and it's a camera, and it shows the front of what's going on in front of your vehicle.
Yes.
But Coronado had a body cam and so did Mendoza. You don't have body cam from the corner, from either one of them.
Correct. There is dash camera video from the vehicle that Juan Saucedo was driving. It's not the clearest, but there's dash camera.
Okay. But it's not facing in a direction towards the school. Please.
When if you can we
Keep going.
get Saucedo in his stopping position? So this is going to be generally the orientation that he's facing, and so it's going to capture a view. But again, the video there was an issue with the recording system, so the clarity is very poor.
Very poor. But this is my point. They are 20 some odd seconds behind Adrian, right?
Approximately.
And they're not dealing with a frantic witness or potential victim. He didn't know at first, right?
Correct.
Or suspect. Originally, he thought it could have been the suspect. And then there's 3 officers versus 1, right?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please. Pause, please. All that time, the shooter was shooting up the school.
The exterior, yes.
And they were right there. And at some point in that time, Saucedo asked to shoot that guy. At some point. We don't know when, right?
Correct.
But before he made it into the school, right?
Correct.
So for this 30 some odd seconds, you had individuals here we saw the video, they were taking cover and they weren't being shot at. We can criticize that if we want to. But they didn't act to stop the shooter from getting into school.
They didn't take action at that particular moment, but there was a short time period from when they arrived there.
There's a short time period for Adrian too, right?
It's not that short.
So I want to make sure you said a very specific statement there. You said not that short. So you're saying from over here, you think Adrian should have acted over these guys, right? Essentially, just say it.
He had the opportunity.
He had the opportunity to act here over these guys
Before they arrived at the scene.
for those 20 seconds.
It was actually
25 seconds.
so from the time Mr. Gonzales got on the radio and said shots fired, which is confirmation that he's progressed through any type of auditory exclusion or tunnel vision. He's processing information, or at least he's given some verbal confirmation of that.
Mm-hmm.
So from the point when he gets on the radio and says shots fired until the shooter enters through the west door was approximately 50 seconds.
They're part of that 50 seconds.
They're a part of the latter half of the 50 seconds.
They're part of the 50 seconds.
They are inside.
Did they say shots fired?
I don't recall any of their video traffic having that.
Because they didn't do anything. But so they didn't say shots fired, but your position is, and we'll move on, that Adrian had a better opportunity than these three men together with a long rifle that had line of sight. He didn't. On the same side as the shooter. You're just saying Adrian had a better opportunity. That's all.
I'm just saying that he had an opportunity and had access to more information.
Play, please. And this shooter's in the building, and they're not going that door, are they? They saw him go in. They didn't go to the door.
They did not on foot go in that direction.
Did they drive in that direction?
They're driving up Geraldine.
Pause, please. Did they drive in this direction?
They did not drive in that direction.
See, because for these kids, no one gives a crap about this street, right? You understand that, right? Where Hill is over here. See, he's already parked over here, hanging out, standing around. No one cares about this street. You can smile all you want. He's standing around, right?
He is momentarily.
What was funny about what I said right there? Why did you smile? Well, I want to know why you smiled, Judge.
I didn't
Outstanding
smile.
objection.
I was merely just licking my lips because my mouth was dry.
Okay, get some water, please. You have a lot of water there. So nobody cares about this street.
Sidebar comment, Your Honor.
Sustained.
So here, so he didn't drive to this. He didn't drive to this door. did he?
Objection asked and answered, Your Honor.
Sustained.
They drove around. They drove around.
They drove in the direction of where they believed the gunshots were coming from. I believe. I'm not them.
So you seem to want to put yourself in their mind to make excuses for
Your
them.
Honor.
I'm asking. He can say no. I'm asking him a
I'll
question.
overrule that objection. Ask the question, please.
Okay. Are you making excuses for them? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. So they drive this way to where Hill's hanging out, right? And they don't drive there. We're past that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Play, please. Pause. So what time did he start assaulting those children at that door?
I have to look.
It's 11:33:22. Verify, please, because I don't want anybody saying that I...
Correct. 11:33:20.
Okay. So he's already been shooting for 13 seconds, and these dudes are just hanging out there and they're driving away, right?
They're relocating in a.
Listen to my question, please. He's been assaulting these precious babies for 13 seconds, and these guys are hanging out and they drive away.
No,
They didn't drive away?
I don't consider that direction away.
The direction, their actions, was that helping these children?
They were moving in the direct. I can't testify to what
Use your
they
common
were
sense.
doing.
Their actions, what they were doing right now, was that helping these children?
I can't answer that question. I can tell you that.
Hold on. look at this jury. Tell them you can't answer that question. You can't answer that question whether them driving away
After
was
the
helping those
interview,
children. Answer that question.
Am I allowed to answer this question?
My question you are. I'm asking the question.
May I stand?
Yes, sir, please.
Around this area right here is when Sergeant Coronado gets on the radio, somewhere in this area, and relays the information. I think he made it into the building, guys.
And how does that help? How is their action, not his words, how is his actions helping those children?
If he says, I think they made it into the building,
Uh-huh.
guys, it is possible that when
Okay.
he gets here, he doesn't see the shooter and is letting them know, I don't see them on that side of the building, and he may have made it into the building.
Just for argument's sake, I'm gonna take your where you wanna go with this, okay? I think he made it into the building, but these guys don't run to the building, they drive around it, right?
They moved to another area to set up. I can't tell
Can you
what
listen,
they were
can you listen to
thinking.
my, you have great hearing, you can determine where gunfire is. Listen to my question.
Objection to sidebar, Your Honor.
Sustained, I'm sorry,
Sustained.
Judge, I'm sorry, Judge. And so, he says, I think he made it into the building. They don't drive to the building, right?
They do not
Objection
drive
has been
directly.
answered many times. Sustained.
So in your opinion, their behavior, their actions are helping these children after they know this guy's in the building? Just yes or no?
I don't know what all
Yes
the
or no?
information.
Yes or no?
I can't answer that question, yes or no.
Just say, I don't want to answer the question then. You don't want to answer that.
I do want to answer the
Sustained.
question.
Okay. And so can you please play the video? A lot of shooting going on right now, right?
Yes.
What's Hill doing? Tactically, what's he doing there?
At this point, I am not Officer Hill. I did not interview Officer Hill.
Did you review his interview?
I reviewed a portion of his interview.
Okay, what did he say in that portion? What portion did you read? What is he doing in that corner?
He responded to that intersection for a crash. I do not recall the details.
Where's the
of
crash at?
interview.
Where's the crash at?
Where's the crash at, or where
Yes,
was
sir.
it dispatched?
I don't, both. Give me both.
Crash location is here. The dispatch to 715 Old Carrizo Road is gonna put it actually on the front side of the school.
And with that wrong dispatch information, it said shot fired at the school, right? Everyone knew there was shooting at the school.
There were several
Okay,
transmissions.
so why is Hill standing there?
He wasn't standing there for very long. I can't answer the question because I'm not Officer Randy Hill.
And so can you keep playing? A lot of shooting going on still, right?
Yes.
You still with Melanie?
I can't tell you exactly where he's at this point.
Now, pause please. Now, out of all these officers, how many of them knew? How many knew that the shooter was in the building?
I don't know.
Well, you knew these three did, right? Or you don't know that either?
I don't know what they heard on the radio.
So you don't know what anybody heard on the radio, you just know what's dispatched.
I know what was dispatched, and if there's not an acknowledgement on the radio by the receiving officer, you can't confirm that they received the information.
Play, please. And while this is playing, you're the one that you created this.
The animation?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
And it changes things up knowing that there's 2 to 7 minutes with Melanie Flores here, correct? That's a factor that would have been helpful to have.
Not in creating the animation.
No, I know that, but I mean in your assessment. Okay, pause please. So we have Donald Paige showing up, correct? So at some, you know, Mel, after the 2 to 7 minutes, whichever one it is, and Adrian's with her, she breaks off and she goes to a room here.
Correct.
And she describes Donald Paige as Adrian Gonzales.
I was unaware of that.
Did you look at her interviews?
I looked at the initial interview and then did not look at any subsequent interviews.
Her interviews and her testimony said that Adrian Gonzales was wearing khaki pants, a short white shirt, and had a full beard. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
But Donald Paige goes here, and in your... Can you play him, please, sir? Adrian leaves cover when he sees Donald Paige, and he goes to Donald Paige. You know that part, right?
We actually can verify those movements from Sergeant Coronado's body camera.
Well, we've seen the body cam. He's running, it's moving, it's not looking at Donald Paige and Adrian in all the context. We know that all 11:35, all 9, all Paige, all driving onto the campus, right? Roughly.
Yes.
I mean, you can check your timeline. So at 11:35:09, Donald Paige is coming in. 11:35:10, Coronado's body cam turns on, and so when Paige gets there, Coronado sees Paige and Adrian there for they're there for just seconds together, right? Just on the timeline.
I looked at Sergeant Coronado's body camera frame by frame.
I understand.
And you could actually see significant movement from both Donald Paige and Mr. Gonzales.
Yeah, significant movement towards the school, right?
They were walking.
They're going towards the school, right?
Yes.
And so Paige is driving in seconds before Coronado's camera turns on. Adrian comes out from cover. Melody leaves him. This is all within seconds. He goes to Paige, and then there's significant movement. They're already moving towards the school when Coronado's running up, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. And then there's another round of shooting, and it sounds louder from Coronado's because it's on his body, but shots fired, and he says all that. But when you look at the frame, Paige and Adrian have already darted into the building.
They moved, but they were walking.
Then you didn't look at the same video I did. When he's there, he's walked before the shots. As soon as those shots go off and Coronado starts yelling, you look at the frame again. Paige and Adrian are in that building. You remember that, right?
I do know that Donald Paige was the first, and
By how many seconds?
Gonzales.
Look at your timeline.
I believe it was approximately a second to 2 seconds.
No, 1 second. Look at your timeline, please.
So the entry time for Mr. Gonzales was 11:35:48, and the entry time for Mr. Paige was 11:35:46.
Okay. But you understand that you know now that when they went there, and I guess someone can ask Paige, that Adrian opened the door for him and then Paige came in. And that happens tactically many times, right?
I couldn't tell who opened the door.
But tactically, when you have two people, that's a smart move. Somebody opens the door, someone comes in, and then the person that opened the door comes in behind them, right? Tactically.
That is a tactical
Okay.
option.
And so if that happened, that makes sense.
Yes.
But they essentially both came in at the same time.
Very close.
Okay. And then so by the time Coronado and the chief make it in there, Paige and Adrian are down the hall.
Yes.
Okay. So you agree that they both acted.
At that point, yes.
They're acting, they're in, and they put themselves in danger by running inside of a building.
Yes.
And you can see that the smoke from the firing of the AR-15.
Yes.
And you see Adrian's gun out, right?
Yes.
Side ready. And then there's Paige ahead of him, right?
Yes.
And then you don't depict it on here, but there's 2 or 3 officers on this side. Martinez. And
Correct.
Who else? And who else on this side?
Sergeant Canales
Canales.
and Lieutenant Martinez were the first two to enter the west door, and then there are other officers that came in very quickly after that.
So you have 4 officers initially, though. The first 4 officers are, well, first Paige and Adrian are the first 2, right?
Correct.
Then Martinez and Canales come in on the west side.
Sergeant Canales, Lieutenant Martinez, and Detective Landry were the next 3 that came in.
Okay, so 5. Those 5 officers. These are the initial 5 officers, correct?
Correct.
And we still have Hill up here, Mendoza and Saucedo doing something.
They formed into our unit, 2 police officers and 2. Can I stand up there?
Please, please.
And I don't know, I think they came through here, but I'm not exactly sure. They ended up coming through into this side of the school building.
But Hill doesn't make it in until 25 minutes later.
Roughly, yes.
So he's out here doing something else, but he's not in this building.
Correct.
And these other 5 officers are in this building.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, one of the officers, Martinez, takes rounds and gets hit, escaped in the head, and another one gets skinned on the ear.
Sergeant Canales, yes.
Canales. So you have 2 officers that are injured from firepower, from shooting from the shooter.
Yes.
And then we see, once that happens, because we can see Coronados, you see that Adrian and Paige, they don't run away.
Correct.
In that hallway, and we're not going to belabor this because these are experts on fatal funnels. I mean, that's a fatal funnel.
Yes.
I mean, there's no cover there at all.
No, there's only concealment.
At best, right? But what I'm saying is, but still, Sergeant Paige and Adrian, they don't cower and they don't run away.
Correct.
They stay in the funnel.
They move off to the side into a concealment area.
Right, but not right away.
It was within the first few seconds because shots continued to be fired.
Continued to be fired, but that's normal for someone to do that. But thankfully, apparently, the shooter didn't know there was officers on the left side because anybody could have done this and swung that rifle back around the other way and shot down that hall towards Paige and Adrian, correct?
Now, the shooter's already in to room 111 at this point.
I'm just saying that the shooter could have come out and shot and continued to shoot down the hallway. All I'm saying is it's a dangerous situation for all 5 of those officers.
Yes, it's dangerous. Very dangerous.
And all 5 of them are there, right?
Yes.
Okay. And even though shots rang out, and like you said, multiple shots rang out, Adrian remained in that danger.
For a period of time, yes.
Yeah, well, those other officers didn't even subject themselves to that, right? The other ones outside?
Which ones are you referring to?
The same ones we've been talking about, sir. All these. The ones that formed a little huddle over here, they didn't go inside that building.
There were some that did go in, but Randy Hill was in a group that stayed outside on the east side of the 4th Green building.
Right. And he was the one dispatched initially to that first call, right?
Yes.
Let me say this to you. Good point, Jason. So see, Mr. Limones gave testimony to this jury that there was no way for Adrian to see that shooter based off where the shooter was hiding at one point. You don't know that, but I'm telling you that, okay?
If that was his testimony.
It was. But your animation puts the shooter, I mean, almost at Adrian's door as he's driving by, right? You would agree with that?
I wouldn't say he was almost at his door.
Well, that's what it looks like. Is that fair?
I can't place him exactly, but it's going to be in the general area somewhat close, but I can't
What I'm
say
saying
for
is,
sure.
if this jury didn't have this context of this back and forth, and they only looked at that animation, it could be perceived that the shooter is right at Adrian's door as he's driving by. Could be perceived that way. You can say no.
I don't think it could be perceived that he was right at his door, but it could be perceived, rightfully so, that he was in the general area and fairly close.
Okay. Now, the government asked you a question about what the 3 officers did at the corner, Coronado, Mendoza, and Saucedo, and when they dispersed and they relocated. He said it makes sense that they needed to fan out to find the gunman, and you said yes. Do you remember that question?
From the prosecution?
Yes, sir, on direct examination.
Yes.
Do you understand what he meant by fan out?
Are you talking about Mendoza, Saucedo, and
That's where this
Coronado?
question came from, yes, sir.
I wouldn't say necessarily a fan out, but we don't know at that point if any of those 3 officers, and Sergeant Coronado was in the front, actually saw the shooter enter through the west door.
But we kind of do, that's what I'm saying. So I guess my question was, it makes sense to fan out to find the gunman. You didn't need to find the gunman. They knew exactly where he was.
I don't know that they knew exactly where he was.
They knew he was on the west side of the building.
Objection, Your Honor, this is repetitive.
Sustained.
Now, there was a comparison between Saucedo and Gonzales, and he gave you different scenarios about what Saucedo knew and was available to him versus Gonzales, right?
Yes.
And I won't go through it all, but you still take the position that Adrian had a better opportunity and ability over Saucedo, correct?
Objection, repetitive.
That was a specific question he asked at the end of his direct examination, only about Saucedo, Judge.
Okay. Let's see, wrap this up. I'll let you ask that question, but unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, as much as I would love to finish this witness, and they've still got redirect to go, we're not going to be able to do it because that juror has to leave at 3 o'clock. So next week, clear your schedules because we're going to work from 8:30 to probably 5:30 every day. And if you want to bring your lunch and eat in the jury room, that's perfectly fine with me. All right? Finish up, Mr. Levin.
Yes, sir. So your position is that Saucedo specifically had a better positioning and that Gonzales, Adrian had a better opportunity and ability than Saucedo.
Initially, right after Adrian Gonzales parked, and more specifically when he was able to communicate over the radio that shots were fired, he's now to a point where he's processed the information. He is in a position where he can confront the threat outside along the west wall. He's already had the ability to process the shooting and to process the information, as opposed to the other 3 officers.
But you're making that decision. He's processing that information in 25 seconds before they show up with no line of sight, right? That's your position.
Well, he confirmed it with his radio transmission of shots
Confirmed
fired,
hearing shots, right?
which meant he could distinguish shots being fired.
Well, anybody can distinguish a shot being fired. I'm just saying, but that didn't confirm he knew where it was at, right?
Correct.
All right. I want to see Mr. Goss huddling over there. I know it's going to be another 2 minutes. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and break. Long weekend, very, very important. Be safe. Don't get sick. Don't catch whatever this flu is going around. Don't fall down. No mishaps. And we're going to, I think I asked the bailiff to ask you, is there any concerns about 8:30? Were y'all able to work that out? Or is there anybody that, let's do it this way, is there anybody that can't do 8:30? Okay. We'll see you Monday morning at 8:30. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, Tuesday morning at 8:30.
All right, sir, jury.